Ooh, right note. I'm gonna take y'all my comments. Yeah, let's go.
I see 8. Where's your 9?
Councilman Norwood, so I got 4 here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Good afternoon, I should say.
Okay, you ready?
Hey. I had a great time.
Me too. Good afternoon. I am Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council Monday, November 6, 2023. Just as a note, we have a temporary audio system in the room, which will sound great to those who are in the chamber because we have some extra speakers today. But I want to especially remind my colleagues that we have an engineer who is manually turning on and off the mics. Those are not in our control. So I would assume today that the mic may be hot. So just to keep that in mind, it could be hot at any point. So with that said, I will call on the clerk to have the opening roll call.
Good afternoon, Council President Shipman.
Here.
Council members Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland,
Here.
Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston,
Here.
Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone,
Present.
Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was set out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I would entertain a motion to adopt. It's a motion by Councilmember Bakhtiari to adopt, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the agenda.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to the invocation. We do not have a guest for the invocation today, so I will recognize a moment of silence. But first, let me ask if there are any remembrances from my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis.
I know this doesn't work now. Helen Lewis, my grandmother.
Yes, our condolences to you and your family, Councilmember Lewis, for the passing of your grandmother. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Yes, I would also like us to keep Janelle Green in our prayers. She passed, from my understanding, from a long fight with cancer. But she was, for those who didn't know her, was a huge community organizer, advocate, who brought many of us up in this organizing space. So losing her is devastating.
Thank you.
I'd like to keep her in our prayers.
Other remembrances from colleagues? With these in mind and others who are unnamed, would you please all join me in a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. We have several with many guests here, which we are excited to welcome all of you. First, I will ask Councilmember Boone to come forward, and all of those who are here for the honoring of J.T. Johnson to join us up on the dais. Come on up, everybody who's here to honor J.T.
Kelly, will you please bring Reverend Fred Taylor up? Civil rights legend Fred Taylor. For all that are here to honor the life of the legendary civil rights leader, J.T. Johnson, will you please come forward? JT, you stay right here. Stay right
There's too much of it.
He can sit too in a chair. You can pull a chair. He can sit right there. Our ceremony will now begin. Today, the city of Atlanta honors the legendary life of J.T. Johnson, civil and human rights activist known nationwide. We have several members from the civil rights family of Atlanta that are present today. We have members of the King family, the Abernathy Camp family, the Boone family, Leon Hall's family, the family of the late Hosea Williams, and many more. And now we will see a short video.
And raised during trying economic times. As a young man, he overcame many struggles as our nation experienced war, civil unrest, and human strife. Determined to rise above his circumstances, JT challenged himself to seek solutions to these injustices as he excelled academically and socially at Albany State University. His experiences with inequality moved him to spearhead coalitions with the desire to right wrongs within his community. In 1963, JT met Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. His relationship with Dr. King inspired him to dedicate his own life to being a champion for equality, fairness, inclusion, opportunity, and righteousness. Later that year, JT joined the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and quickly began organizing and leading nationwide marches, sit-ins, and economic boycotts as part of Dr. King's famed ground crew. Brutal beatings, jails, inhumane gestures, attack animals, threats, and targets on his life, as well as the pain and sorrow of losing associates and friends did not curtail his quest. His admirable ability to assess situations and respond with constructive action brought him respect and greater responsibility within SCLC. In 1964, JT and a small group of protesters attempted to integrate the swimming pool at the Monson Motor Lodge in St. Augustine, Florida. Shocking photographs of the hotel manager pouring acid into the pool while JT and other protesters swam riveted the world. A national outcry against the hatred and violence that accompany segregation helped to expedite the signing of the Civil Rights Act on July 2nd, 1964 by President Lyndon B. Johnson. The skills and insight JT acquired as a SCLC field organizer inspires the guidance and wisdom he shares as a mentor and life coach to students and young professionals. His dedication to workforce development and economic mobility for our youth is exhibited in his involvement with programs providing training and life skills for underprivileged and at-risk individuals. John T. Johnson made his life's work the commitment to effect change in the lives of those who suffer from injustices or underprivileged circumstances. It is engraved in his heart to remain in the struggle to achieve unity, freedom, and justice for all. His dedication and unselfish commitment to humanity was recognized by the Ford Foundation by presenting him with the Ford Freedom Unsung Award. Mr. Johnson was inducted into the International Civil Rights Walk of Fame in 2012. And in 2020, he was recognized and honored as a distinguished American during the 116th U.S. Congress. Mr. John J.T. Johnson made Atlanta his home in 1964 and has been positively impacting our city in countless ways ever since. He is president and CEO of Coach Consulting, Inc., a lifetime member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and serves as a national board member, and is founder of Take Two America, Inc., a nonprofit organization committed to helping America take a second look at nonviolence. His many other contributions, which extend far beyond the Atlanta community and are too numerous to mention. His civic commitment and support in mentoring and providing avenues for personal growth and development have left an indelible imprint in the lives of many individuals and communities.
We are also joined by the Reverend Dr. Gerald Durley, the Honorable Tyrone Brooks, the Honorable Fred Taylor, Ms. Susan J. Ross, Evelyn Hall, and so many more family and friends. At this time, we will hear from our SCLC President, Dr. Charles Steele.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here, and I want to thank the president of this great council and the council for giving me 10 minutes. How can I talk about my friend, a great leader in his own right, in 1 minute? There's no way to do it, but I'll do my best. I know I have 30 seconds remaining. But what I want to tell you is that when I came to Atlanta right at 20 years ago, I was a state senator, and everybody said, man, you're crazy. You're the state senator. Why are you leaving, going to Atlanta to head up SCLC? SCLC broke, they don't have no money, and the time for marching is out. Guess who came to my office and told me they supported me and that we were going to take it to another level? None other than my friend, pioneer of the civil rights movement, a legend in his own right, and a motivating factor for all of us. Let me close by saying this. We wouldn't be here in these positions right here at the City Council of Atlanta, Georgia, regardless how great Atlanta is, if it wasn't for people like my good friend, Mr. Honoree of today, J.T. Johnson. We love you, my brother, because love is what love does. Thank you so much.
The King family, Mr. Isaac Newton Farris.
My Uncle Martin Luther King Jr. said, everybody can be great because everybody can serve. You don't need a college degree. You don't need to make your subject and your verb agree. You just need a soul full of grace. Well, a soul generated by love and a heart full of grace. That is what describes J.T. Johnson. I was a young boy, so I was a little too young to have a conversation with my uncle about J.T., but as a child, I had noticed J.T. If you know J.T., his very voice represents strength. He's a strong man. He also was a sharp dresser. I noticed that. But I did have the good fortune of speaking to my Uncle Ralph David Abernathy Jr. And he said to me, when we would talk about people that really made a difference for him, he talked about J.T. You heard in this that J.T. was inspired to the movement in '63 by my uncle, But what lets you know about his commitment, JT stayed after 68. He was there to assist Ralph David Abernathy. Because for JT, it was about giving back and serving the cause. I'm proud to know this man. I'm proud to be here on behalf of the family to say thank you, JT, for all that you've done, for not in Atlanta, but for the world.
Amen.
The Ralph David Abernathy family, represented by Kwame Latuli Abernathy.
It is an honor and a pleasure for me to stand here and to represent my family and to give this man his flowers. The African proverb goes that if we wish to go fast, go alone. If you wish to go far, go together. Martin Luther King Jr. did not do one thing by himself. And my father named a group of men and women called the grounds crew. The grounds crew was in charge of going into every local city that where we had our civil rights battles. They were in charge of organizing with the people, organizing with their local leaders, and gathering their people together. That by the time that Sunday and by the time that weekend, when Daddy and Uncle Martin got there, that everybody was in line and they knew the play. The grounds crew are the shoulders that we stand on. J.T. Johnson was a member of that grounds crew. It would not be, if it were not but for them and for him and his work, we would not be here today. So many other people and countless other people sacrificed their lives each and every day for us to be here today. We are in a present day civil rights movement. We are to learn from the lessons of the past. It's an honor to be here to give him his roses, and I urge each and every one of you to touch him, to interview him, to share these moments, because we need his leadership in this moment in time as we move forward, as we are imbued with the power and the strength that we need to move forward in this day. God bless you all, and God bless you, J.T. Johnson.
The Honorable Randall Gaines, State Representative from Louisiana.
I'm proud to be in the presence of a living legend. JT has been on the front lines and stood at the vanguard of the most effective and transformative civil rights movement that the world has seen in over 100 years. He's a great leader, a real, true leader. They don't respond to the trumpet calls of fame and fortune. They respond to the drowned out voices of those left behind. JT has epitomized that. He's a great leader. I'm proud to be his friend. And our reach will never be higher than it will be is when we reach to lift each other up. And it's important for us to learn the suffrage, the travails, the strategies and efforts of those who led us out of suppression as a people, because if we don't learn those and recognize those, we won't recognize the signs that's leading us back in. Thank you.
The Honorable Fulton County Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, thank you. It is truly an honor to be able to present you. I see you looking like, what? Yes, it is an honor to present you. You know, I was not going to miss this opportunity to honor you as well from the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. You have been like family to me, continuing to always have a kind word, continuing to support me, and jumping right on into whatever I'm doing to add any type of advice. And continuing to just always be a family member, and also your daughters have always been like sisters to me, embracing me and always having a kind word. And so I'm not going to read the entire proclamation because I know there are plenty of other people that need to speak, but I will read a portion of it. Whereas John J.T. Johnson is a civil rights activist, business consultant, and founder of Take Two America Foundation Incorporated, and whereas John J.T. Johnson is also a national board member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and president and CEO of Coaching Consulting Incorporated, a business management and strategic business solutions company. John J.T. Johnson and Hosea Williams organized a wade-in at the pool of the Monson Motor Lodge, now the Hilton St. Augustine Historic Bayfront Hotel, when the manager of the hotel poured acid into the pool where John and others were swimming. Senator McGovern asked President Johnson if he had seen the news and what was happening in St. Augustine, which led Congress to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And after more than 60 years, J.T. Johnson has remained committed and dedicated to social change in our society as he continues to carry out the vision of the civil rights movement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes John J.T. Johnson for his lifelong dedication to our communities and equal rights for all citizens, and does hereby proclaim Monday, November 6, 2023, as John J.T. Johnson Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
We have been joined by the Honorable Derek Bozeman. Thank you for being here, sir. Pastor Dr. Gerald Durley.
There was a commercial on television some years ago that said, "You've come a long way, baby." For me, this is quite an honor. In 1963, I was president of the student government at Tennessee State when we came to Washington. And you were there, and we could always look up to you. And every year, another soldier that was there with us, James Orange, we could call the roll, and you're still standing here as a living testimony. And for those of you who are in the audience, you are seeing something that is very, very precious in our community, a living stone. And I want to say that in the Christian church, we sing a song. I don't sing that song anymore, and you're not in this. It's called, "I'm on the battlefield for my Lord." JT, let me tell you, you were not on the battlefield. I got to tell you that. You were in the battle. And we need to give him a round of applause for being in the battle, and not just on the battlefield. Many are on the battlefield, but they're never in the battle. J.T. Johnson was in the battle. Thank you.
And before we hear from his three beautiful daughters, we want to recognize our First Lady, JT's First Lady, the person who has mentored us here at City Hall for nearly 20 years, Ms. Donna Dobb. Nicole Johnson Blunt, followed by Myrna Johnson Lyons and Sydney Johnson, daughters.
Thank you, Councilwoman Andrea Boone. Andrea Boone is responsible for making this day happen. We are absolutely delighted to be able to give my precious father his flowers. Dad, you are amazing. One of the first books that my father gave me was a book about Martin Luther King. One of the first things that we were able to do together as a family in the civil rights movement is be a part of a march. This man has taught me everything that I know about being a servant leader, a humanitarian, and standing up for things that I truly believe in. Education for one, civil rights, etc. So today, Dad, we honor you, we praise you, we thank you for making us the women that we are today. I love you. my sentiments are always followed by my sister, my oldest sister. Her words are always so perfect when it comes to our family. But Daddy, I just want to thank you. I am so honored, not just to be your daughter, but to be able to take a part of such a wonderful celebration, to be able to take a part of being involved in an environment where I can work because of some of the things that you did. You know, I'm a City of Atlanta employee. I'm a City of Atlanta school graduate from Mays High School. I would not have been able to take afford of those opportunities had not been for my father. My father taught me how to swim. He taught me how to march. He taught me how to pray. He taught me what humility really was, you know? So I can stand here today and I can say I'm just so honored, and I love you, and I'm so grateful that we are able to give your flowers here today. I love you with all of my heart.
I was talking to my dad last night about being young and learning from the generations that come before you. And I remember being young and not fully understanding what my own father had contributed to the world. And as I've gotten older and learned from him and others about how crucial the civil rights movement is, and I understand now how much love and courage and commitment it takes to try to make the world a better place. And even though we go back and forth sometimes on how to achieve that, I know that that's what's always been in your heart, and that's what's always been in my heart. And I'm just so grateful to be here to celebrate the foundation of love that you represent with everything you do. I love you, Daddy.
I would like to recognize Ms. Annette Abernathy. Thank you for being here, Ms. Abernathy. We have been joined by the 58th Mayor of the City of Atlanta, Mayor Shirley Franklin. Will you please join us? Please join us. Mayor Franklin, please join us. Mayor Shirley Franklin.
You got us all again. Thank you very much. I just have a few words. JT, we love you. We love you when you're telling us what we should do, what we've done wrong, how to do it, why to do it, and what our commitment is. I have learned a whole lot from you, and you know that, because you don't take, he doesn't take no for an answer. When he sees a direction, and when we're talking about nonviolence, JT is on the front line. It doesn't matter who he's talking to or what the circumstances are. He is a warrior for nonviolence. It's in his heart, it's in his blood, it's in his bones, and he has passed that passion on to literally thousands of people, including me. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the City of Atlanta, you have a special recognition award presented to John T. Johnson, Civil and Human Rights Legend. Well done, good and faithful servant. Well done. November 6, 2023, the City of Atlanta salutes John T. Johnson today. And now the man of the hour, J.T. Johnson, who worked side by side by my late father, Reverend Joseph E. Boone. I have known you my entire life, my entire life. I remember you in our home, in our church, taking care of everyone. Thank you. And now, J.T. Johnson.
Yes.
Well, let me say thank you very much, Andrea, for what you've done in your city council. My hat's off to you. But I have a son in the house, John Dobbs. The thing that, I don't want to be very long, but the civil rights movement to me was the most important thing of the 20th century. And we need to look at it like that. We need to celebrate it like that. And it is not over, nonviolent. Martin Luther King says nonviolent or non-existence. And that's becoming true based on some of the things that is happening around our world and around our country, that we are taking violence out on each other. We at Take Two America plans to continue to raise the issues and talk about nonviolence wherever I go. The other thing is that if you was born in Atlanta, you was born in a very special city. If you moved to Atlanta, you've been fortunate to be a part of this special center. That includes me.
Well,
you see, Atlanta is a place that when I traveled this country with Ralph Habitat every day for 5 years across this country and parts of the world. Eastern Airlines gave us a tag saying the 1 million mile club. But everywhere we showed up and everywhere we landed, the only thing they wanted to talk about was Atlanta. So Atlanta represents African Americans all over the world. But we getting away from, when I go to California now, people don't talk very much about Atlanta. And there's a reason. We in Atlanta have to, we set examples. We don't follow people, we do that ourselves. We set examples here in this city. And we must take it on like that. We have the AU Center, we have Georgia Tech, we have Georgia State, we have all these colleges and universities. We have to do something to let them know that they're in a very special place, so we're going to take some leadership. It's all of our responsibility to get involved in the work that Martin Luther King Jr. and Ralph Habitat left for us to do. We was kind of the ground crew. We was the Marines of SCLC, that with Jose Williams being our general. So we go into town, and two things we need to do. We said, well, we know one thing. If we close down this high school and lock up all these kids, their parents coming to a mass meeting that night. So that's mostly what happened. And they tear the church down, but then you got Martin Luther King and Dr. Habitat speaking to them. That now they in jail. So all of us went to jail. It was that's the way it happened. We don't, Black Lives Matters had one of the most important movements I've seen. But there was something happening there, and I don't want to talk about that because I don't know exactly what it was. I know there were some things that all of us did wrong, and we have to correct them at some points. But taking some words from experienced people like Derek Bozeman and a few others who was at Morris Brown in his young days, and Arthur Langford and all that crew, we did some things that the average person wouldn't do. Andy Young and I decided we're going to do some of the untold stories of the civil rights movement. So we're going to do a documentary on it and talk about some things you never heard. People don't know really what we went through. We don't talk about it. As the Reverend Dr. Fred Shuttlesworth said, the Lord has taken all of the fear out of our hearts.
well,
All we got to do is march on.
well.
And that's what we did. I want to thank you guys for being here, and I love my children. All my family's here. I thought this was a family reunion. So it's always good to see them. I'm the oldest one in the family, but these kids traveled from Valdosta and Albany, Georgia, and all of them smarter than I am, so I'm always glad to be around them. So again, I want to thank Atlanta, but I want you to remember one thing, that if you're going to live in Atlanta, you're going to have to take on some responsibility. As simple as that. Thank you very much.
JT, we were joined by the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens earlier today, who sent a resolution also. Also, the Honorable Nakima Williams, your congressperson, sent a document for you. Congratulations, and now we will have our official photo honoring the life of John T. J.T. Johnson.
No, come this way. I'm glad my hip made these few minutes. Oh, yeah.
We got to.
I'm gonna see where my hat is.
Is it on this side? I gotta go a little closer. You can't see the camera, you're not in the picture.
Okay.
How you doing there, Council? Make sure you can see the camera. Didn't know you were here when they called the room. You was here.
I was outside. I knew you were here because I smelled some money.
Thank you, me too.
They're getting the paper ready.
How's it look?
All right. Oh, I think Councilman Boone may have accidentally grabbed it. As we transition, could everybody, if anybody has a proclamation in their hand, can they double check that it's not the one that we're presenting next? Somebody may have accidentally grabbed Councilmember Overstreet's proclamation. It was right on the podium. Let's make sure we don't lose Councilmember Overstreet's proclamation here. All right. I'd like to ask Councilmember Overstreet to come forward, and all of those who are here to recognize the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Kappa Omega Chapter's 100th anniversary. Please come up and join us on the dais.
Both sides. Come back, Madam Bachelors. Where's Carla? Right here. And Mackenzie. Everybody. Judge. What do you want me to look? You said District 11 president here. Yes. We're in another chapter together, too. You guys, come on in, fill in. Bring it tight. But as we're getting settled, I'll go ahead on and get started. I am so excited about this proclamation today because, you know, today is a long time coming because they've been celebrating 100 years, and they would be Kappa Omega's chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Have been celebrating 100 years of service for the entire year of 2023, and rightly so. And I mean, ladies, we have done it big time, big time. I've truly enjoyed celebrating with you for the whole year. But as Brother Isaac mentioned, in the proclamation right before this, he quoted his uncle, Martin Luther King Jr., and spoke about how everyone can be great because everyone can serve. And that has been my signature on my email since Gmail beta, literally. Because whether you're a PTA president or a room mom or a beautiful bacillus of a chapter, it's all about service. And so it is no easy feat to serve for 100 strong years. That means that you are the reason why. And because you are in District 11, and I had a daughter in 2005, even though my whole family is rooted in Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, actually being founders, charter members of the Savannah State chapter, I knew that we didn't want her confused when she went to college. So let me reach out to Kappa Omega. In 2008, our centennial year as a sorority, and that is when I was embraced and fell all in love again. So it is my honor to host you all servants, all these servants here today. And I'll just read this proclamation and we'll get right into what you all have been doing. In recognition of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Kappa Omega Chapter 100th Anniversary. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to celebrate 100 years of service to all mankind with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Kappa Omega Chapter. Whereas the Kappa Omega Chapter is chartered on March 1st, 1923 in Atlanta, Georgia, and has served as a shining example of commitment to service and sisterhood for the past century. And whereas the Kappa Omega chapter was founded by 10 distinguished charter members and has grown and thrived over the years with over 450 dedicated members committed to soaring to greater heights of service and sisterhood, embodying the principles of values and the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Whereas the illustrious chapter has seen numerous members rise to prominence at the cluster, regional, and international levels, Kappa Omega has been instrumental in establishing 6 undergraduate chapters, serving as host to multiple cluster meetings, 6 regional conferences, 3 boules, and the 97th National Founders Day. And whereas Kappa Omega has been led by 42 talented, strong, and committed leaders, beginning with the first chapter president, Mary Woolfolk Taylor. They have celebrated its diamond members, presented its first history book, hosted the Marie Woolfolk Taylor Historical Marker Unveiling Ceremony, and served as host for the Metro Atlanta Founders Day, all of which have contributed to the rich legacy of the chapter. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate and recognize the outstanding achievements, unwavering dedication, and exemplary service that have been the hallmark of Kappa Omega for the past century. We honor and celebrate the founders, chapter members, leaders, and countless unnamed sorors whose wisdom, courage, strength, and faith continue to carry Alpha Kappa Alpha dreams to even higher heights. So thank you so much for allowing me to celebrate you today. And I'm going to pass the mic to Madam Basilisk.
Thank you, Councilman Overstreet. This is a very prestigious award for Kappa Omega chapter. As she stated, this year we celebrated our centennial. We've been doing all types of community service throughout Metro Atlanta. We have 5 initiatives that we are focusing on this year. The first being empowering our families. One of the subgroups of that is that we are engaging youth between the ages of 11 and 13 to teach them about leadership. It's very important that we catch them when they're young so that we can groom them to be leaders, because as we get older, they will one day be taking care of us. Next, we have building our economic wealth. We know that it is very important that we leave something for our families, leave them in a better financial situation than we are in. So we have aspects of that we are taking care of. It's very important that we do family planning. We all need life insurance. That's very important conversations that we need to have. We are supporting women entrepreneurs and Black Dollar Days. We know that it's also vital that we support our small Black businesses. So we will be around. We have a very special day that we do that in June, but we also do it throughout the year to make sure that we are spending our dollars with our people. Next, we have enhancing our environment. As we can see, just this week we had winter, summer, and fall. So we have to do everything that we can to decrease our carbon footprint. Just last weekend, we were planting trees at the apartment complex on Cleveland Avenue across from the golf course. So if you ride by and you see those trees blooming, please know that that was Kappa Omega along with Trees Atlanta. Up next, we have advocating for social justice. As we can see with everything that is going on, it is important that we vote not just when a presidential election is taking place, but also during a local election, because those are the ones who make the rules that we have to live by. So we have to make sure that the people that we're casting our vote for truly and honestly speak for us, and also understanding that a no vote is a vote. Yep. Finally, we have uplift our local community. What we do with this is we reach out to our community partners to see how we can partner with them to bring about the necessary changes or needs for their constituents. One of our signature events that we have every December is called Glitz and Kicks, where we adopt Carrie Steele Pitt's home as well as another organization. And members and community partners of ours, they will purchase items off of the wish list, and we give those items to those agencies at the end of the night so that those kids can have something to look forward to for the holidays. Now, this is just what we're doing between 2022 and 2026. Every 4 years, we have strong initiatives that we are following behind. We've done the women's health. The previous 4 years, we had a mobile mammography bus that was going around. It came to Atlanta twice, where we were giving out free mammograms. And if patients needed to be referred, they were referred to a doctor. So we are taking our service to the community very serious. If anybody here, if you're looking for someone you can partner with, please reach out to Kappa Omega. We are all about servicing the metro Atlanta area. And again, thank you for having us.
Thank you so very much. I mean, I wish we could do a roll call. These are some bad sisters up here today. And are we, anyone else like to speak that you know of? Oh, Judge. We have Judge Cole here. Oh, Judge Brenda Cole is going to.
Civil rights leader, Sarah Monica Kaufman.
And we also have Sarah Monica Kaufman Pearson here that would like to speak too.
Civil rights, Civil rights.
All I want to say is I'm proud to be a Kappa Omega Soror. I was made in Kappa Omega because my undergraduate school didn't have sororities at that time. That shows you how old I am. But I love these sorors. They work hard and they play hard. And so thank you for this great honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Monica Kaufman Pearson, and I've been an AKA for 57 years. Wow. Thank you. My favorite soror over here, and my other favorite soror over here. I'm being politically correct. But what I wanted to say as president of our foundation, we really want to partner with you. So if you have an event that you would like to have, please contact us at the foundation. It's Ivy Community Foundation, GA.org. And I'll be more than happy to work with you. We have blood drives at the center. We have toy drives at the center. We have reclamation, meaning recycling, at the center. And we are in the Southwest community to serve the Southwest community. So please contact us. Again, www.ivycommunityfoundationga.org.
We also have with us some officers of the chapter. If you just raise your hand, officers of Kappa Omega. We also have a former president with us, Sir Icy Johnson. As you can see, once you leave the seat, we're still working. It's continuous, it's lifelong. And again, thank you to all of the Kappa Omega members who came out in support of this as we continue to celebrate and leave benchmarks for our 100th.
I would like to thank the great council member from District 11, Sarah Marcy Collier Overstreet, for her hard work and diligence in District 11 and throughout different chapters in the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Boone needs no introduction whatsoever. She is the consummate servant. So thank you for that. Thank you. So thank you all. Let's get together and take a picture. We're gonna go right up to the front. A little short.
Yes?
Thank you, thank you. Good job, good job. Hot mic. Yeah, this is good.
Oh, you want me?
Next, it is my pleasure to invite all of those here for the recognition of Clark Atlanta University to please come forward and join me on the dais. Come on up, come on up. Come on up.
Who we need to send out? George C.
I did.
Okay. 23.
I got it.
Are they still, so see that? Mr. President, right here. All right. Council. Thank you.
You know you can make it happen.
Come on up. It is good to see everybody up here on the dais. When we were building the National Center for Civil and Human Rights, I got a chance one day to sit down and talk to former Mayor Andrew Young. And he said that you could never underestimate the importance of our HBCU campuses to the history of Atlanta, because those campuses had for generations produced doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, and bankers, business owners, all kinds of leaders who were building Atlanta and who were building all of the expertise that were going to be needed to lead the worldwide movement that was the civil rights movement, and then to lead Atlanta and the country when desegregation happened. And that Atlanta had this incredible advantage because no other city had the campuses that for generations were bringing people to Atlanta to be educated, many of whom would stay and be our founding mothers and fathers. And so it is such a pleasure to recognize the unique campus that is Clark Atlanta University today through this proclamation. So I will read it, and then I will ask, I know there are some of my colleagues who want to speak, and then I'll ask President French to come forward. It says, in recognition of Clark Atlanta University, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Clark Atlanta University's 35 years as a distinguished and comprehensive institution of higher learning with a rich history rooted in the African American heritage, and whereas Clark Atlanta University offers a wide range of undergraduate, graduate, professional degree programs and certificate courses to students hailing from diverse racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds, and whereas Atlanta University, established in 1865 by the American Missionary Association, was the nation's first institution to award graduate degrees to African Americans. And Clark College, established 4 years later in 1869, was the nation's first four-year liberal arts college to serve a primarily African American student population. And whereas recognizing the advantages of proximity, Clark College and Atlanta University merged to form Clark Atlanta University on July 1st, 1988, preserving the best of their past and chartering a bold new future. This consolidation was historic and marked a turning point in the history of higher education, cementing a legacy of excellence, diversity, and innovation. And whereas under the leadership of President George T. French Jr., PhD, Clark Atlanta University is the largest of the HBCUs that make up the Atlanta University Consortium, with over 4,000 students in their undergraduate and graduate programs. And whereas Clark Atlanta University boasts such notable alumni as former Atlanta City Council Presidents Carl Ware and Marvin S. Arrington Sr., former Atlanta Councilwoman Carolyn Long Banks, entrepreneur restaurateur Pinky Cole, author Pearl Clegg, Tony Award-winning director Kenny Leon, and civil rights activist Reverend Ralph David Abernathy. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby celebrate the rich heritage, unique history, and bright future of Clark Atlanta University as a beacon of knowledge and enlightenment dedicated to the academic and professional growth of students from all walks of life. And it is signed by myself and all members of council. Thank you, Clark Atlanta, for all that you do for the city. I'm going to ask Councilmember Dozier first. I know that he wants to speak to a campus that is in his district.
Thank you, President Shipman. I just want to say congratulations to the Clark Atlanta University family, to you, Dr. French, and to your team, just for the marvelous work not only that you have done since your administration came into place, but also y'all's willingness to partner with the city and the City of Atlanta and Atlanta City Council to ensure that the city is doing its part to enhance your students, enhance your faculty, and make sure that the broader community is getting everything that it needs. I will say that while I'm proud to represent the entirety of the Atlanta University Center, I feel like Clark Atlanta University has a special place in my heart, largely because of the man standing behind you, Mr. Marshall Taggart. Just want to give him an acknowledgement because he has done such a remarkable job of advocating for your institution. Everything from our work together to slow down traffic and make Atlanta Student Movement Boulevard safer for students, our work to address some of the unfortunate public safety challenges we've been dealing with, and our ongoing work to prevent another flooding incident like we had just a few weeks ago, y'all have been joined with our office at the hip to ensure that we can plan for the future, plan for the next generation of Clark Atlanta University students, and I look forward to continuing that partnership. So thank y'all, congratulations, and welcome to Atlanta City Hall.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Andrea Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. On yesterday, we had a wonderful, wonderful celebration at historic Rush Memorial Congregational Church, which is on the campus of CAU. Dr. French gave a powerful, powerful speech. We were joined by the Honorable Michael Bond, the Honorable Bill Campbell, so many other elected officials, and the Arthur Langford family. So we are looking forward to a wonderful, wonderful partnership, Dr. French. And your sermon yesterday, we were on fire. Thank you to Sam Burston, Marshall Taggart, the entire staff, and everyone who attended our celebration on yesterday. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman.
You got a lot of council members lining up to testify. This is how much you're loved here. I'm going to next recognize Councilmember Byron Amos. Come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, it's no secret that I took what I call the long way around to get my college degree. After leaving Washington High School, I went to several universities, and I found myself at Clark Atlanta University. And then after being there for a couple of years, leaving because life took over, I ended up at Central Michigan. But life took me to CAU. But CAU gave me what it took to get through Central Michigan University. So I say thank you to CAU. You know, it's kind of hard to say you was around when the university was started, but it's only been 35 years. But just for everything that Clark Atlanta has meant to this city, to me, even to the point I have a recent Clark graduate in my office that I hired as my constituent service manager. Atlanta, the Atlanta University Center and Clark Atlanta University is just intertwined together. So goes the city, so goes our black mecca of education. So on behalf and on your birthday, just thank you, and it goes to show whatever we can do continues to let us know.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, before I leave, you know, you got friends throughout, but as one of your trustees, my good friend Theron Johnson is behind me as well. So just want to recognize him as one of the strong pillars of the institution as well.
Next, I'd like to call on Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President, and praises to you for thinking it not robbery to honor Clark Atlanta University. To President French, the able staff, and the alumni of Clark Atlanta University, we add our congratulations. It is your impact that has been incalculable on the history of the city of Atlanta. Ever since Dr. Du Bois, who lived at his girlfriend's house there at the corner of James P. Brawley and Beckwith Street, came to Atlanta to teach right after graduating from Harvard University, the first African-American to do so, to James Weldon Johnson, to all the other luminaries that helped to form what has now become Clark Atlanta University. And we would be bereft if we did not mention the founding president, Dr. Cole, who, Byron, I was on the campus. I was across the block at Morehouse, but I was on the campus when the school formed. So I was there as a witness to the birthing of a new phoenix in the education space here in the city of Atlanta. And you all have done such a superlative job in raising the standard of African Americans. To go back to Du Bois, to raising and enhancing and expanding the talented 10th, who are obligated by the point of having gained an education, to then not take that education as a field of personal profit, but to give back and to create a better tomorrow for all of us. Yes. So with that, sir, we are in your debt, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Antonio Lewis to come forward.
All right, Councilman.
Thank you. And I wanted to talk until I heard Councilmember Michael Julian Bond talk, and I was like, wait, what are you going to say after that? But to understand what Clark Atlanta University means to the city of Atlanta, you have to understand University Avenue. You have to understand the Atlanta race riots. You have to understand where it stopped, right? So when you live in District 12 and you know ain't no university on University Avenue, then you look at Carver High School, then you look at Price Middle School, and you look at folks like when we needed a school, we know that Clark Atlanta University helped my community in particular because Derek Bozeman went to Price High School at that time. And so to continue to see the thriving of Atlanta, I look behind me, I see Theron Johnson, I see Dr. French, and I look to my far left and I see Tyrese Miller, all folks in this city, from this city that went to Clark Atlanta University. So Dr. French, we need you to keep fighting for us, brother. Right. I remember seeing you go through the calls with young folks like Tyrese talking about scholarships, knowing that you gotta work it out, knowing that we need a little bit more. Yeah. And so we need you to continue to be an example to HBCU presidents across the country. Mm-hmm. As a strong, and my passion should come out when we talk about HBCUs because a HBCU saved my life. I went the opposite way, right? I got a basketball scholarship to go to a school, big classes. I went from being president of my high school, which felt like a HBCU because I went to school in Atlanta, right? to flunking out of school in one semester, to going to a HBCU and graduating as SGA president because the students and the teacher and the president just understood me a little bit better. Yeah. And so we need you to keep that fight up, brother. Thank you again. And when you say once again, I want to say you got, when I say that what you're standing on, I want to add another name to that, Thomas Dortch, right? Yeah. So when I say, let me add a little bit more, I'm gonna go. Because we're talking about the Atlanta, this is a small town, right? In this town, you got Tommy Dortch, then you got my brother, Theron Johnson, and we hope it looks like Tyrese Miller in the future. So thank you again.
All right. Next, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Amir Faroqi.
Thank you, President Shipman. Good afternoon. I may not look like it. I did not attend Clark Atlanta University, but Clark Atlanta University has shaped my life in immeasurable ways. In fact, I would not be where I am today without Clark Atlanta University because my father, when he came to this country, bounced around from Indiana to Mississippi and ended up finally at a PhD program at Atlanta University. And he took a while to get through, but that's in part due to the patience and commitment of the university to make sure he was going to succeed. And I don't take that for granted. My father doesn't take it for granted. In fact, at my office, I keep on the wall a letter from the then council staff director to a professor, Dan Young, and to Dr. Mac Jones, who's director of political science at AU. Because my father was interning at city council, and this was just a letter going back to Atlanta University saying that he had done very well in his internship. But I hold this letter near and dear to my heart because while it was before Clark and AU merged, the institution remains a place of hope and resilience and lifting up folks from all backgrounds to shape our city and our country and our state. So I want to thank you, President French, for your leadership and celebrate all of you today.
Councilmember Alex Wan.
Thank you, Council President. And I wanted to join the chorus of voices thanking Clark Atlanta University for its role in our community. I know we talked a lot about the impact it has on its students and its faculty and the surrounding communities, but as y'all know, over the last 5 years, I've run a nonprofit called Horizons Atlanta that does youth development and provides tuition-free summer enrichment programs for families of Atlanta kids that can't afford to send their kids to a great summer experience. And Clark Atlanta has been there since the beginning. It is the only HBCU that has a Horizons program in the country. It serves 135 students every summer. And I'll tell you, it is one of the programs that when I was there, we would love to take our stakeholders to go visit because there's such a spirit, there's such a sense of pride that the institution, because when it opens its doors to our program, really infuses that into our scholars so that at the end of 6 weeks they are articulate, they're confident, and they know who they are and who they want to be, but it's all because it is on Clark Atlanta's campus. So I just wanted to lift up the fact that it's not just the folks that are there that you would traditionally associate with a university, but they understand and embrace the opportunity they have to shape our even younger kids, K through 8, in the Atlanta area, and they just do a wonderful job. So I want to thank you, Dr. French, for your commitment, and I'm really excited to see that history and partnership continue.
Thank you.
If you please turn your hymnals to 269, since we're having church. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Monday. It is not easy leading a university, but we are very, very lucky to have you as a leader, President Dr. French. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this microphone and to once again say thank you for your leadership of Clark Atlanta University. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the Honorable Mayor Andre Dickens in absentia, thank you, Mr. President, President Doug Shipman, most certainly to our council members representing our district, Councilman Dozier, Councilman Byron Amos. Give me a second. I just had a moment, just reflecting upon what has been already said. And I just want to really collectively appreciate what has been said. And I want to appreciate the city leadership, not just those who represent my district, Councilpersons Dozier and Byron Amos, but also to those who celebrated, as you said with us on yesterday, Councilpersons Boone and Michael Julian Bond. Thank you for what you meant and mean to this community. Thank you for celebrating with us at Rust Memorial United Congregational on yesterday. Indeed. Also, I want to acknowledge a Board of Trustee member that is with us and our alum, Theron Johnson, as well as I see amongst the audience, the chair of the United Negro College Fund, Mr. Milton Jones, the first African-American chair of the United Negro College Fund, Mr. Milton Jones. Of course, to our presidents, President Seca and President Lawrence, graduate and undergraduate presidents, and to my team, this leadership team, this dynamic leadership team, and of course to the First Lady of Clark Atlanta University, Dr. Basheen Bacon French. And to the former First Lady, Judge Brenda Coles. As the President made note, we are appreciative to the city for acknowledging the 35-year existence of Clark Atlanta University since consolidation. Let us give that a round of applause. 35 years, and as I stand here, I must too call the name of Thomas Cole Jr., who was the president who led in that effort. So thank you, my brother, for the work of your father. Thank you again, Judge Cole, for your work in that effort. And Kelly, where is Kelly? Kelly, thank you so much as well. While we celebrate 35 years, we also realize that we are a vital part of Atlanta. Because while we celebrate 35 years, we actually, in actuality, we celebrate 300 years of service. through these venerable institutions of Atlanta University and Clark University, later Clark College. We celebrate because the fact of the matter is, as was said when we honored J.T. Johnson, we would not be in this place in Atlanta were it not for what occurred in 1865. April 1865, Appomattox Courthouse, when the Confederacy had to surrender, praise God, to the Union. That was in April. How bad are we? We established Atlanta University 5 months later. That's right. 5 months later. When Appomattox Courthouse occurred, it was illegal for African Americans to read or write. So how do you establish a university? Some 5 months later. That's who we are, and that's who we celebrate. We also celebrate Clark College, established in 1869. I've come to celebrate with you hallowed ground. It's hallowed ground, I tell you, because it's the highest point in the city of Atlanta. It was a Civil War battleground. It was our Acropolis. When you go to Greece, where Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Euripides, and Aristophanes, they were at the highest point of the city at the Acropolis and the Parthenon. We are the Acropolis, and we celebrate that high point where thinking goes, where critical thinking occurs, where scholars are developed, the place where W.E.B. Du Bois did his greatest work, the miseducation of the Negro on our campus. We celebrate Ralph David Abernathy. We celebrate those who have come before, and we celebrate those who are coming behind. So we come to simply say thank you. There's a lot going on there. Our endowment is at $100 million. We are in the midst of a $250 million with a B dollar capital campaign. All right. We are simultaneously, check this out, we are simultaneously constructing 3 new buildings on our campus. Right. And we celebrate the fact that we are growing with our 4,100 students. And finally, we celebrate because we're on the cutting edge of technology and research. We have the largest academic cancer research center in the nation, specializing in prostate cancer research. And we have been recently approved to award the PhD in cyber physical systems. Yes, we are bad, and we are unapologetic for that. We've come to say thank you. We've come to say thank you. And we love Atlanta so much that it is our middle name, Clark Atlanta University. Thank you for this honor.
Let's come forward and take a picture. Thank you all.
Come forward.
Oh.
I'll just stay back here. I guess oh, we gotta get a judge in there. Why don't you get it? Make sure the judge. Yeah, the judge. She needs to make it for. Yeah. Judge now. All right. I mean, let's get up here.
No. Good to see you.
We're just getting started. I know how it goes. I appreciate you. I know what you do.
What high school?
South Carolina High School.
Okay, Columbia High School.
Oh, yeah. We play down basketball all the time.
Right.
Real Andrea.
I can't.
Okay.
Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Amos to come forward, and all of those who are here for the recognition of the 90th anniversary of the Atlanta Business League to come on up and join us.
I'm glad you're not on the screen. I'm glad you're not on the screen, though. You make me feel like Zoom so exactly. Always paying it forward. I'm paying it forward.
You know, as we gather around, I'm going to go ahead and get started to say that, you know, it has been a historical day today. Brother J.T. Johnson, the AKAs, Clark Atlanta University, now the Atlanta Business League. You know, there's a serious street on the west side, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, and we have been celebrating on that street all day today. So I'm going to be very quick and jump right into it. I am proud to celebrate this 90th anniversary of an organization whose home office is actually in District 3. So let me start there by saying thank you. But the Atlanta City Council, in recognition of the 90th anniversary of the Atlanta Business League, whereas the Atlanta City Council and City of Atlanta recognize the importance of a thriving economy with strong minority business ownership and who create opportunity for all to succeed. And whereas the Atlanta Business League was established in 1933 as an affiliate of the National Business League, which was founded by Dr. Booker T. Washington in 1900 to promote the interests of African American businesses, whereas the Atlanta Business League seeks to provide economic empowerment and business development opportunities for minorities throughout the metropolitan area, and specifically emphasis on the development of African American businesses, and whereas the mission of the Atlanta Business League is to foster growth, creation, and development of successful business enterprises owned, operated, and managed by African Americans in metropolitan Atlanta, And whereas since its inception, the Atlanta Business League has implemented many programs and initiatives and has generated millions of dollars in revenue with hundreds of new businesses created in Atlanta. The league also serves as one voice for many small business persons who's using their collective power to influence the course of events politically and socially at all levels, including government, businesses, and civic communities in Atlanta. And whereas on Saturday, November the 11th, 2023, the Atlanta Business League will celebrate their 90th anniversary. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize the contributions of the Atlanta Business League and commend them on their continued contributions to the city of Atlanta on this 11th day of November 2023. And it is signed by my council president here and all members of the Atlanta City Council. So before we bring up the leadership of our business league, are there any colleagues that would definitely, Council President?
Thank you. I just want to offer my personal thanks. I have been the recipient of the wisdom and the partnership and the collaboration of the Atlanta Business League when we were building the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. And we had so many African-American owned businesses, small and medium and large, that participated in the building and the design of that place. And then when I was at the Woodruff Arts Center, Milton and I getting together and talking about how across the entire arts community of Atlanta, having more participation of small African-American owned and operated businesses. I also think that in this city in which every day in this council and in our committees we talk about diversity and inclusion, we would not be able to do that work at the city if it were not for the Atlanta Business League. You are making sure that the people who want to build their businesses in this city can, at every stage, grow, develop, and then continue to just be incredible pillars of our community. So I just want to say I have so appreciated the collaborations over the years, and it is such a treat to be able to celebrate 90th birthday. Y'all look very good for being 90, let me tell you.
Councilmember Bond.
I want to thank Councilmember Byron Amos, for making sure that the Business League was recognized. This has been a historic day, and the Atlanta Business League is intrinsically woven into that history. When you talk about support for civil rights movement, it was the African American businesses that funded the civil rights movement. It was the African American businesses that funded the NAACP prior to that movement when Dr. Mays in the 1940s sued over public accommodations. It was African American businesses that lobbied William Barry Hartsfield for African American police officers. It was African American businesses that held forums in Washington Park with the previous mayors of Atlanta because African Americans could vote to bargain for our vote and support. It was the African American businesses that grew and provided opportunities when, before there was a name for redlining, when insidious redlining went on in the city of Atlanta, where African Americans could not go to major banks, major insurance companies, and major institutions to do business. It was the Atlanta Business League and the businesses contained wherein that built the economy, that made Atlanta the city that it is today, that funded the initiatives, the scholarships, the people, the colleges, that was the fuel for the modern Atlanta that we now all enjoy. This is the organization that is the lifeblood of what young people today now marvel and say Atlanta influences everything. Well, this is the fuel that influences everything. Stop and take a lesson, young folks, at the play. You didn't get here on your own. You got here on the struggle and the work of these entrepreneurs that have fueled every aspect of the development of the city of Atlanta. We are internally in your debt. And we should repay you by keeping our money in the black, by spending with the organizations, investing in the organizations that are members of the Atlanta Business League. Congratulations, and we look forward to another 90 years of entrepreneurship, business growth, mentoring, and doing good in the neighborhood. Thank you.
So without further ado, the leadership, a great organization calls Great Leaders. So the leadership of the Atlanta Business League, we give you the mic, then presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilman Amos, President Shipman, the mayor in his absence, and the other city council members who are in the room and who signed this proclamation. Thank you so much. On behalf of our board chair, Ryan Wilson, who is in a board meeting right now and could not be with us, our chair-elect, Andrella Kenner, who is standing here, one of our former board chairs, Milton Jones, our first female president, Alice White Bussey, former board members, former board members of the Atlanta Business League, and I don't know if there are any other members of the Atlanta Business League in the audience who didn't know that you could come up here, but if you didn't know, you're welcome to do so. I want to thank you for this proclamation. Thank you on behalf of the Atlanta Business League, who has been, for me, I will say I grew up in the organization, still young, but I grew up literally in the organization, and I've had the privilege of working with business owners at so many different levels in this organization. In fact, if you will humor me, I want to do a roll call. These are some of our former leaders. Many names you will know, some you may not know, but I want you to look it up. W.H. Chief Aiken, Mr. William T. Roby, I believe he is celebrating his 101st birthday this year. Mr. Roby is still with us and still involved. The late Franklin O'Neill, Felker W. Ward, and I want to point out one thing about Felter, Black pilot, architect, and a financial planner, decided he didn't want to do any of the others and decided that he wanted to deal strictly with money, still with us. The late John Cox, William A. Clement, one of the co-founders of the electronic filing system for the IRS. You need to know that. Rhonda M. Brown, the late Nathaniel R. Golston, Raymond McClendon, the late Thomas W. Dortch, Gary Blackwell, Leonard Jenkins, Robert Shannon, Harriet Watkins, James Young, the late James Young, Darrell Harris Griffin, Alice Tolbert Wiggins, John Kelly, and here's Thomas W. Dortch, who served a second term, Michael Russell, Erica Qualls Beatty, C. David Moody, Thomas W. Dortch Jr., who served a third term as chair of the Atlanta Business League's board, Mary Helen Parker, Milton Jones, whom you've met, the late William Taggart, Milton Jones, again, who served a second term, Al Edwards, Tiffany Callaway Farrell, and now our chair, Ryan Wilson. I call these names so that you get an idea of the leadership and those who have invested in this organization, Black business organization. As we said, we're celebrating our 90th anniversary. However, we've been around just a little longer than that with other names. We were the Atlanta Colored League at one point, but we are celebrating the Atlanta Business League during our 90th anniversary. We believe that our foundation, our history, our investment in this community is one that is unparalleled, and it is needed. You've heard the question, why do we need organizations like the Atlanta Business League anymore? Why do we need all the other organizations that are in the world, that are in the country? They continue to grow, they continue to develop, and they continue to make a difference in communities. If we don't know our history, then we are doomed. Exactly. The church said it over here. So we're here because we need to be. We're here because we ought to be, and we're here because there is still work to be done. I am proud of this great organization. I am proud to have been a leader of the organization for many, many years, and I will continue to do that until I can't do it anymore. And I don't want to wait until I am asked to leave. I want to leave it when it is at its highest and that we're able to turn it over to the next leadership. So at this moment, I'd like to ask our chair-elect, Andrella Kenner, to make a few comments, and then I will ask former board chair, and as you all heard earlier, the first Black chairman of the United Negro College Fund, as well as the chairman of the 100 Black Men of America. All of these organizations are working together to continue the work of the Atlanta Business League. Andrella?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrella Kenner, and as Leona said, I am chair-elect for Atlanta Business League. I am very, very proud to be standing here before you, celebrating and receiving this proclamation for our 90th anniversary. I am probably one of the people that can really talk about what the Atlanta Business League does for people that are in business. I have been in business for 30 years and 10 months. I am the only minority-owned, woman-owned company that is providing services to the federal government for their air traffic control, ground electronics, weather, and I'm in 22 airports, including St. Croix and San Juan. I'm also in 7 airports in the state of Georgia. So I am very honored to stand here. Atlanta Business League is doing so much for so many, and I am the recipient of one of those. So I would ask every company that is trying to do business or going into business to please stand and say that you want to be a member of this amazing organization. So I would like to thank you again for this proclamation and all these gentlemen behind me. I am so proud and honored because I am a Atlantan. I've been here a very, very long time. I'm not even going to tell you that 30 years and 10 months that I've been here. But I am so proud because I am here to stand and train the next generation of entrepreneurs to know that you can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Milton Jones, and I grew up on a street called Simpson Road that became Joseph E. Boone Boulevard. That may or may not matter to you, but it mattered to me. I also grew up in a little small brick house across the street from the very large estate of Chief Aiken, the first president of the Atlanta Business League. So it's only right that I should have been president for a couple of terms, because I certainly didn't get to be as big as the chief. But that said, we all have grown because of the Atlanta Business League. It doesn't matter if you worked for a majority company or a minority company. You worked in Atlanta, you benefited from the growth that the ABL helped make happen. And as a person who was in corporate America and now an entrepreneur and co-founder of a business that generates revenue and opportunity in areas of consulting and commercial insurance and workforce housing, we are very committed and very strong and long-term members as Peachtree Providence Partners and Partners Risk Strategies of the Atlanta Business League. And why is that? Why do you need an Atlanta Business League? The Atlanta Business League is older than the Atlanta Chamber. The Atlanta Chamber learned from the Business League that when businesses come together, they create an economy that creates a tide that lifts all boats. And as we look at programs we have today, we continue that tradition. Take Your Business to the Next Level is a program that we have to work with member companies of the Atlanta Business League to help them go through a rigor that enables them to increase their revenue 5x, 10x, and in some cases, multiple X's than that of where they started. And that's how we're going to scale. That's how we're going to continue to keep the opportunity to have our money in the black councilman. And so I will continue to make a difference and continue to make Atlanta the unique city that it is because of the unique businesses that we are that come together in this very unique organization, the Business League. Thank you for your support, and thank you for the opportunity to be here 90 years and hopefully 90 more.
With that being said, we'll move up front to take pictures.
Finally, today, I would like to ask Councilmember Amir Faroqi to come forward. He has a proclamation in recognition of World Day of Remembrance.
Thank you, President Shipman. If anyone from ATL-DOT is in the chamber, you're welcome to come up and join me. I saw a few folks earlier, but they may have slid out. Come on up. Okay, there we go. There he is. Let's go. Yeah, all right. Thank you for your share. Of course. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Hi, how are you? Thanks for being here. There he is. All right. I'm Amir Faroqi, and I have the honor of serving as the current chair of our council's Transportation Committee. But I stand before you today on behalf of all my colleagues who care deeply, along with ATL-DOT, about the safety of our streets and roads and sidewalks, and want to take a moment today to recognize World Remembrance Day, which remembers those who have lost their lives on streets around the world, including our city. I'll briefly read this proclamation and then ask Commissioner Cavanis to reflect on the commitment of ATL-DOT to Vision Zero and safe streets. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to join the Atlanta Department of Transportation in observance of World Remembrance Day, the City of Atlanta is committed to the safety and well-being of all of its residents and visitors. And whereas traffic-related injuries and fatalities have a profound impact on our community, causing immense suffering and financial burden to individuals and families, the Vision Zero initiative is a proven strategy to eliminate traffic-related deaths and severe injuries on our city streets and roads. Whereas in 2020, the Atlanta City Council began its road to Vision Zero by passing legislation that reduced the default speed limit on city streets to 25 miles per hour, the City of Atlanta recognizes the urgency and dedicates meaningful actions to achieve Vision Zero. And whereas Vision Zero focuses on implementing safe and sustainable transportation practices, redesigning streets, and prioritizing safety of all road users, especially pedestrians, bicyclists, and public transit riders. And whereas the recently completed Atlanta Vision Zero Action Plan outlines the process to create a city where every person can move safely and freely regardless of their mode of transportation, age, race, or socioeconomic status. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim the third Sunday of November each year as Atlanta's inaugural World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. As I invite Commissioner Cavanis to come up, I'll note that this is a very serious and deep commitment that we've made together between council and the executive branch. We are not there yet. We have a lot of work to do, but I want to commend the department for its continued intention and persistence in trying to achieve this goal. We can only do it together, both with funding and some heavy capital investments, but also with light touches as well, and we made a lot of progress on that. So, Commissioner, I want to invite you up and present you with the proclamation. Thank you.
So this is a very important proclamation that I have the honor of representing. Much of what you heard read has to do with these fine folks behind me. These are the heroes of the day. These are the heroes that have pushed and every day work towards safety for this city. We all know that we need some safety in Atlanta, and these folks behind me are part of that effort. So just want to recognize everyone that represents the Atlanta Department of Transportation and also City Council for your leadership, the administration and the mayor for taking this serious and recognizing that Atlanta will never be the same because of our work. So I just want to give you a round of applause and thank you all for doing what you do every day. So I have a few words that I want to share with everyone prepared by staff, just so that y'all understand how close and how real this is for us. In 2020, Atlanta City Council legislated its commitment to this goal by joining the Vision Zero fight, committing resources and support to lower speed limits, safe streets design, and infrastructure construction. With the leadership by City Council and the administration, we're committed to eliminating vehicle-related deaths and serious injuries by year 2024. 2040. It should be 24, it should be 2023, so thanks for the correction, but thank you. Our former coworker, Vision Zero manager, the first Vision Zero manager, Kimberly Sargent, she'll be among those remembered as she was struck down and eventually lost her life due to injuries suffered in a hit and run over 2 years ago. So again, this is very close to our hearts, Atlanta Department of Transportation and the City of Atlanta. Kimberly is just one of the many millions who've been killed and or seriously injured in the world's roads. And this high-profile global event seeks to strengthen our commitment to ending traffic-related deaths from this point forward, now and today. Just want to say thank you again for helping us honor the fallen, honoring one of our team, and in remembrance of Kimberly and those who've fallen, we're going to have a vigil with the Shepherd Center on November 19th, Sunday, November 19th, and Rodney Cook Senior Park, yeah, in Vine City. So we're going to be out there from 5 to 6, and this is a very special moment for us. So thank you for the proclamation. Thank you, City Council, for your leadership. Take a photo.
Kathy's up front.
No, I'm not.
Last but not least.
Next, we'll move to comments from the public. I would remind everyone that you have up to 2 minutes unless you have time yielded from someone else. I'll try to notate that. I also, as always, would say if I mispronounce your name, please correct it for the record, and I apologize in advance. First up today will be Olalu Winfunke. Again, I apologize if I did not get that right. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Whenever start. Good afternoon, councilwomen and councilmen. My name is Olaolu Winfunke. Yes, you did good. So I'll get straight to it. So I have a transportation company. We've been in business since for about 7 years now. So we're a taxi, we're a limo, and we also have an app in the App Store. So we pick up a lot of elderly people. We also have private clients as well from all over the globe. We're all over Georgia. So it's my company, I started it. So right now we're trying to implement it to see what we can do to better serve the city of Atlanta. I've been here for close to 20 years now. So I believe, if you've been here for at least 10 years, you're now from Atlanta. So yes, I'm here to share my insights on my app. We have different prices, we have different vehicles, we have private jets, we have charter buses, we have sprinters. So yeah, we're based out of Buckhead, Atlanta. My website is timedpickups.com, timedpickups.com, timedpickups.com. And if there's any information that anyone would like to share with me about how we can come on board and work with the city, I'll appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give now to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. But I will forewarn you whom ye shall fear. Fear him which has after he had killed, has power to cast into hell. Yea, I say unto you, fear him. Luke 12, chapter 15, verse. God is the one with this power. Association with James with desires endanger me to go to hell. Jesus said it's a danger to seek to take his glory. Thou, O Lord, remainest forever, thy throne from generation to generation. Lamentation 5th chapter 19th verse. In the light of God's unchanging faithfulness and righteousness and his violable standards of holiness, Jeremiah pleads with God, do that work that the hearts of his people will be turned back to him in godly sorrow and full repentance. No man, when he has lighted the candle, put it under a secret place, neither under a bushel, but on a candlestick, that they which come in may see the light. Luke 11, chapter 33rd verse. To shrink from, repress, or otherwise fail to walk in that light is perilous. Jesus likens himself or his teaching about the kingdom to light that dispels spiritual darkness. If you honor evil actions, you're asking for destruction. I ask for problems when I ask Jesus to give James a chance. He that heareth you, heareth me. He that despises you, despises me. He that despises me, despises him that sent me. Luke 10, chapter 16, verse. Despises, Paul's language. Here seems to echo Jesus' word in Luke 10. Despise means regard with contempt or scorn. Obey
Time is
Jesus
expired.
to have life.
Thank you. Next will be Rodney Powell. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I know you have a long list of priorities here with the city. This relates to public safety, specifically officer training, police officer training around telling the difference between suicide and homicide. Additionally, issues with the 911 system to make sure things work correctly. This will come into context once you hear this.
Operator 799, what's the location of your emergency? What's the name of your location? Ma'am. What's the address, ma'am? Ma'am. Is it a car accident? Is it a car accident? And the other guy was standing on the side, like 7 cars going over, 8 cars going over. The man was trying to goddamn get somebody out the car, was flipped over. I don't know what the hell happened to girl. Okay, we have the car. They're on the way, ma'am. Ma'am, you have to calm down. I can't understand what you're saying. The man, he was there, somebody got the car. We're coming down 166 on 166 Langford Parkway. The guy was before. Are you out the Langford in Greenbrier? We before Greenbrier, we right there. So we have the call, okay? And the police and EMS is on the road to you now. Okay? We sat there and watched the man shoot him in the head. We don't know where the gunshot came from. He was talking to the girl. He was up under the car reaching. The car was flipped over. He was reaching. You said he shot somebody, ma'am? He shot somebody in the car? Somebody shot him in the head. Somebody shot him in the head. He just dropped to the ground. They dropped to the ground. God damn, can you fucking hear? Hang up. I'm gonna get the fuck. Bro, I'm about to get out. Hang the fuck up. Oh, God, bro. Okay, ma'am. EMS and police on the road to you now, okay? They don't give a fuck. she's sitting there fucking laughing. I'm asking you. She was not laughing. Hello? I wasn't laughing, ma'am. I was updating the call. We already have the call. Police is on the way to you now.
The victim is Darius Scott, and that chilling 911 call describes his murder. The Atlanta Police Department, however, has ruled this a suicide. The Fulton County Medical Examiner has recently amended her decision to undetermined. How do we get here when you have an eyewitness? And I'm here advocating to you today for funding to train the police department to be able to tell the difference between suicide and homicide. There were 4 detectives on scene. This is an eyewitness to a chilling murder. The detectives were Ralph Woolfolk, Christopher Fall, Francesca Barber, and Detective Shaw from the DA's office. That's probably $250,000 of salary on a scene. And they determined this to be a suicide. And they literally made that determination on scene and walked away. They closed the case right there on the scene. The other issue is the 911 operator said, "I'm updating the call." So what should have happened is it should have gone from the operator to dispatch. Dispatch should have told the police department, and the responding officers would have known that there's a more than 2-minute call of a hysterical person saying, "I watched them shoot the man in the head." What happened is two of the people who were in the car left the scene, came back an hour later and said, "Oh, he shot himself." And the detectives, the 4 detectives, believe that. That is very, very troubling. The dispatch should have updated them to know that, hey, there's a caller that says somebody shot it. That's very troubling in a city like Atlanta. If there's a disconnect, if there's a failure between 911 and dispatch, in a city that's going to have the World Cup, that's going to have the College World Series, it is imperative that that communication between 911 and dispatch updates the officers so that they know what's going on scene. So the next level for us, I realize most of the funding comes from the state level. We're going to advocate at the state level. I'm looking to partner with anyone on the council to go talk to the state level and say, listen, this training is imperative. There are trends in crimes, trends in patterns. There's been a recent issue, not in Atlanta, in Cobb County, where a young man went to a sleepover. He got shot in the head, and they told his mother he shot himself, and it was in fact murder. Cobb County got it right. So I'm here today to advocate for training so that the Atlanta Police Department, specifically homicide, can tell the difference between suicide and homicide. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Next up will be Deborah Nutt. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
She yielded that time to me. So are there any questions about?
We don't do questions.
Okay,
It's just public, just for the public. Thank you. Next will be Margie McLeod. You'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know everybody's in well. I'm not going away. I'm just going to stay here. Mary Norwood, I was up there on Peach Street Road. Your people need rent control. They are talking about they're being moved out because of new management and just how that feel. They're 50 years old and 60 and 75 years old, and they've been there ever since 45 years. And because the new management gonna go up on their rent. And then also, I'm talking about when we had applied for Section A, and it was just open for 72 hours. It was 10 times the amount, and they just had 5,000 slots. So that's showing us that Overstreet, I know you're in finance. Did that move out of the finance county? I mean, what Keisha Wake put in, did it move out? Did it get it voted out? Yes or no? For rent control. Did it move? Because we have a Senate Bill 125 that Donzella James, I'm induced, come on out and support Donzella James, Senate Bill 125 for rent control. Time is at 1 o'clock, November the 9th. I would like all the city council, if possible, can y'all come to this hearing that's gonna be here on November the 9th? Because we need this. And Overstreet, Peach Street Road, they need rent control also. I'm not giving up. It's hitting in everybody's neighborhood. What y'all say no, I say yes. So I would like to see all of you. And Juan, you're on Finance Committee also. Did it leave? Why not? Why not? In your district need rent control also. So you're gonna tell me why not? Because you're the chairperson. I'm nice. Why not? Why they can't move? All you could say yes. Who's holding it up? Juan, I've been in your country, okay? Yes, yes. And we help. So why it can't not be voted to come out that committee? You're the chairperson. Tell me. Because we got to have this. We know the state, stop putting it on the state. Because the city can't do it. They could put a cap on it. And how many people up there is landlords? How many people up there is landlords? That's why it won't come out? Tell me, Juan, you are the chairperson. So stand up, because we need this. It's not going nowhere. And I'm not going to disappear. Okay, we're not. You want to leave it on the state, but the city could do it. Put the cap on the rent. No more than 3% or 2% or what? What is it, Juan? Please tell me why it cannot be moved out of finance. Everybody else voted on it. So you're not going to say nothing. But I'm not going away, Overstreet, because you're on that committee also. Are you a landlord? Yes or no? I understand, because we need this. And so many people is out there. But you could sit up there, y'all in air conditioning when the warm, it's getting cold, because we still don't have enough housing. We still don't. You're looking good. You all us. How about the people out there?
Time has expired. Just like to remind the public that the public comment period is for the public to speak. It's not a time for discussion back and forth with the council. Next up will be Nate Bailey. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Nate Bailey, President of Atlanta Professional Firefighters. Here on behalf of our association, I want to thank all of you. Thank Public Safety Chair. I think you've become an expert in fire apparatus the past few weeks. I want to thank you for that, and all the council members that have supported this legislation. Our apparatus has been an issue for a while. This legislation will get us World Cup ready. It's a big investment. We desperately need it. And I'm going to give you guys a quick backstory on why we need it, because our call volume has went up exponentially over the past few years. You know, firefighting is inherently unsafe. We talk about safety a lot in our job, but the way we become safe is efficiency, the best equipment, the best training, and the appropriate number of personnel. And this legislation will provide that equipment. Heard about District 4, the flooding. You know, we got boats in this legislation. Anytime the city needs some new responsibility, the fire department always takes it on, and that also requires equipment. And equipment we have to buy and renew from time to time. In 2005, when I started, we had a lot of apparatus that were kind of slow. You would see some of the older guys say, hey, I want to go to that station, you know, so I don't have to run as many calls. We don't have any stations like that anymore. Engine 2 in 2005, down in Lakewood, 2,200 calls, busy engine. Now, in 2019, 5,066 calls in the same territory. Engine 15, the night train in Midtown, it's always been a busy engine. 2005, 3,500 calls. It was a very busy engine in the United States for a fire apparatus. Now it's up to 4,800 calls. Engine 1, my engine, I was on for 4 years. Castleberry Hill protects downtown. In 2005, it was 2,200 calls, moderately busy. Now it's one of the busiest engines in the country at 5,066 calls. Engine 7, 1,432 calls. It was a busy engine. Well, now it's up to 3,736 calls, just from the growth of the city. Engine 6 has historically always been busy. It protects Grady, downtown, the Capitol. 3,800 calls in 2005, now 5,762 calls in 2019. In District 6, we had Engine 29, 1,500 calls, steady engine. Now it's up to 3,000 calls in Piedmont Heights, so it's almost double. Engine 3 was one of those you kind of wanted to go to when you had a couple years left, your knees were hurting, only a few calls a shift. It was 700 calls in 2005. Now it's up to 2,319 calls up in North Buckhead. Truck 26, our trucks, as you know, a lot of our ladder trucks have been down. The trucks used to only go to fires, but now we put them on the interstate, elevator calls, we built a bunch of high rises, water, service calls, also search and rescue, and vehicle extrication. So they're always on the streets. Truck 26 was 500 calls, it's now up to 1,209 calls. District 9 has a lot of stations. Truck 38 was 700 calls in 05, now up to 1,500 calls. Engine 9, huge territory, 2,200 calls in 05, now it's up to 4,044 calls. Engine 5 saw the largest increase in the city. It's now a paramedic engine. Greenbrier down at Adams Park, the call volume has increased 253% in 15 years, from 800 to almost 3,000. And Engine 30, the Cleveland Avenue Express, 1,600 calls, kind of busy in 05. Now it's up to 3,300. And one thing that we want to add, if we've doubled or tripled the calls on these apparatus, which we greatly appreciate this legislation, we've also doubled or tripled the calls on the backs of our firefighters, because we have the same number sworn as we did in 05 as we do now. So thank you all so much. Thank the mayor, thank the administration. And I know you all have put a lot of work into this. In November and October to put this much money is huge for us, and it's going to be a big morale boost. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next up will be Pastor Barbara Davis. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
I'm here to tell you all, we need Cop City. Yes, we do. In 1985, AIDS came on the scene. 85, crack came on the scene. 1997, they found my only daughter had July the 16th, and my birthday was July the 17th. At 15, she got on crack. 16, she had a little boy. 17, she had a boy. 18, they found her on Constitution and Boldcrest, where Cop City has been held at. And that drew me on into the ministry, where we, through Faith We Can, took in over 10,000 people off the streets, and we wasn't funded. And the reason I'm calling you to let you know it's a war with bugs. I looked on television and I seen where Donald Trump said that China, we at war. Jimmy Kimmel's talked about it last month. Then I looked on television and Trump was talking about the little rocket man was sending rockets over here in the United States. Then I look at TV and hear about the balloons the government shot down and said wasn't nothing in it. Well, I'm here to tell you that was a lie. 19 bugs have came out of me, different type, but I got caught. I caught one of them on TV, in my bathtub, that looked like an ant, looked like a spider, and a ball of hair. They come through your ears. You'll think it's mosquito. All of them is microbugs. And they are causing heart attacks. I went blind. I ended up with I went to all the doctors, all the hospitals, mental health, everything. Nobody can do nothing for me, but they couldn't tell me that it was COVID. And the reason I tested for COVID, I got it. God, it will stop you from having the bug stuck in your throat. It will have it not coming in your nose. So I found out that's why I wasn't tested for COVID. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything. I ran across an 89-year-old man. I was put, what happened where on my birthday, July the 17th, I got up to use the restroom. Some kept tapping me in the head, tapping me in the head. I went to Home Depot that day and bought some stuff to try to catch bugs. I couldn't see them. And then my husband got some petroleum gel to put across my head. I caught a few of the little bugs. You couldn't see them. They were crystal. But in my hand, I couldn't see them, but I can feel them. He messed around and gave me some cocoa butter with petroleum jelly. I put that on my body. I started tingling. Stuff was coming out of me. You know, little bugs and stuff was coming out of me. And then I got scared. I started throwing them down off the bed. Them things were coming back up, getting back in me. I went to all kind of hospitals. They said wasn't nothing wrong with me. They took CAT scan, took my blood, told me I was in excellent health. These are some of the bugs that came out of my body. Right here, one in petroleum jelly and one right here in Vaseline. And I still got a lot more, and I got some more at home, and I got some in the refrigerator, because all the doctors are talking about mental health like I was crazy. So I started keeping the bugs. Then I'm here to tell you that my foot was turning black. I went to Emory DeKalb. They said I was in excellent health again. I said, why my feet turning black? They couldn't tell me. It went gangrene. Then I started getting dizzy. I wanted to know why I was getting dizzy. Couldn't nobody tell me. Grady Hospital, I called CDC, I called Infection Disease Control, Morehouse School of Medicine. I went to Grady, I went to Emory, downtown Peachtree, I went to Emory DeKalb, I went to Piedmont, I went to Northside Drive. Every hospital you can think of, I went to, and they said they couldn't help me. But I'm here to tell you, I got the remedy to let all of y'all know that it's home remedy that saved me. Use the garlic to keep from the bugs that get into your throat. Drink you some wine. That keep cancer from coming in your body. They soak through your body. If you shake hands real tight, they'll jump from one person's body to the other person's body. I'm here to tell you that the vinegar will help kill it. Right now, all the bugs out of me, but I got eggs in my titty. So anybody that go to the hospital that got a knot in their titty, first thing they're gonna do is cut it off thinking they got cancer.
Time is expired.
Yes, sir. And I just want to show y'all the pills to go get at the herbal store. It's all kind of prostate cancer. These for men's and this for women's.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is expired.
Some of these. 7 of my members felt dead. 18 pastors.
Thank you so much. Your time is expired.
Yes, sir. Felt dead.
Next up.
See a lot of people in the city.
Next up will be Prophet Curtis Harrison.
Okay. Here go the paper, and y'all can see it for yourself. Somebody come and get the paper, and y'all can see bugs were falling out of my face. I thought I was crying.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Bugs were coming out of
Prophet Curtis Harrison. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up will be Prophet Curtis Harrison. Curtis Harrison.
But I come to say because a lot of
Thank you.
people have fallen dead, and they don't even know all of these bugs in their body.
Prophet Harrison, are you here? Next will be DeJuan Robinson. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you, guys. With my seniors in the crowd, would you stand up, please? You can have a seat. I just want you guys to come down here to witness. This is what go on down here when you vote your black city councilman, your mayor, and Mr. Dozier, you're a military guy. Mr. Bond, I spent about 10 days last week in South Africa. I visited Nelson Mandela village in Soweto. What I seen, Dustin Hillers, was a lot of people was furious during that time because when Mandela took office, Ms. Boone, the black people over there, Ms. Norwood, they wanted him to get back at the white folks over there for the murder and the imprisonment. But Mandela said, hey, listen, if we do that, when I'm dead and gone, we'll have more serious problems. So he united the city, Mr. Lewis. He united the city. A lot of black folks were mad with him because they wanted an eye for an eye. Mandela said, no, I think the greatest blessing, Marcy, is to forgive. He made the whole town forgive those who had wronged them. It took a lot of strength and courage and a whole lot of God, right? And a lot of people was asking me like, hey man, how is Atlanta? Y'all got black folks in the office and then third. I had to lie. Mr. Amos, I had to lie. It wasn't my first time lying. I went to Jamaica, I went to Paris, And they think because we got black folks on council and black mayor that it's all good in Atlanta. It's all bad in Atlanta. It might be better than in South Africa. But from where we come from, the civil rights movement, we have a duty to pull back and to give back and to take care of our small businesses and our poor folks in Atlanta, the civil rights home. We like to quote Martin Luther King a lot, Mr. Amos, but Martin Luther King said that silence is betrayal. Martin Luther King changed his ways towards the end of his days. He said, I've entered my people into a burning building, Ms. Norwood. We went over there with the money. We didn't come back with the money. Maynard Jackson said in his last speech, Mr. Lewis, Atlanta had become a place of scared Negroes. I've said that before, but I think we always want to quote Maynard. In his 50th year, right, we are dealing with black minority companies not being respected in the city of Atlanta, being taken advantage of. And one thing that I want to say is that the heartbeat of pretty much every black city is your small black business community. So I'm going to talk soft today, Ms. Norwood, because you say I always talk loud, you can't hear me, right? When it's convenient, when there's corruption and the black folks at the head, the white folks like to get in front of the camera and speak on that, take advantage of that. When it benefits you guys. But when it comes to this airport, for some reason, y'all think they're above reproach, Marcy. You can have friends and so what? But nobody is above approach. No one. And we have to look at these things, man. We can't take what the law department, Nina Hickson says. Y'all take what she says and y'all don't read. Y'all take what Bruce Bell and contract compliance say to y'all. Have any of you asked for the numbers of the small minority participation? They can get up here and say, yeah, man, we doing good. They give y'all all these fancy reports. Don't nobody ask, let me see it. Let me see the numbers of the small minorities at the airport. Guess what, Mr. Shook? A lot of black folks still getting paid $7.25 while you got companies out here making millions of dollars at the airport. Mr. Warren, you find it very convenient when it comes to the airport. You let Anita them text you all the time, and you do not go against nothing they say. And as the finance chair, I watch you say you did not know that the Sweet Auburn curb market had not paid the city of Atlanta a bill in 20 years. But how about your airport ain't paid a water bill in 5 years? But y'all don't want to get into that because you want to be friends with them for what? They don't have fundraisers for y'all, Ms. Norwood. Y'all always want to say we got to be quiet because the state going to take it. Come on, man. So we just let the airport just keep being corrupt and doing what they want to do. We got companies that's bidding on projects, Mr. Bond, that are billion-dollar companies. But they're able to come to Atlanta and just bid and do whatever they want to do. Mr. Westmoreland, we got to stand for something. My grandfather told me this story about Martin Luther King when he won a Nobel Peace Prize. They did not want to give him an honor in Atlanta. Your family, along with other people, told Coca-Cola there will not be a Coca-Cola in Atlanta if y'all don't honor Martin Luther King for the Nobel Peace Prize. And guess what? He was honored, and Coca-Cola here today. Sometimes you got to do what's uncomfortable and stand up for what's right. Are we asking people to stand up for what's right? If we wrong, but stand up for what's right. We cannot be compromised when it comes to that, man. We can't, Marcy. We owe it to our people. And that's why I brought the seniors down here, because y'all march and ask them for their vote. They don't be knowing what's going on. But when they come down here and see 5 hours of proclamation, Mr. Shipman, you know what I'm saying, we have asked y'all to put it to a vote and put it to another day so public comment can have their proper time, as opposed to waiting all day, man. We don't care nothing about the people no more, man. We got to get back to that. Atlanta is truly a place of two cities, man. It's a tale of two cities. And it's sad, man, that when you go abroad, you can't boldly say, I got 8 black council members on the board. We should be able to take over the city. I don't care what the mayor push out of there. I don't care what the governor push out of whomever. We got 8 black council members in the city of Atlanta, and we seem to can't move that forward. We don't think we need a black caucus, but guess what, Mr. Bond? We need a black caucus. We need black folks meeting together, talking about black folks' issues, helping black folks. We need that. We need that. One thing I learned when I went to South Africa, most of us are not racist. I think we're all racial. Mr. Ship, know what I'm saying? Mr. Ship, what that means is black folks want what's best for black folks. White folks want what's best for white folks. Jews want what's best for Jews, and so on and so on. That don't make you racist, it make you racial. We want what's best for our people. And what's best for Atlanta is small black businesses. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? When the mayor office and constituent service don't want to take care of a black family who've been killed and don't have all the funds for a burial, Ms. Norwood, guess what? We can go to black businesses in Atlanta and they will do it quietly, but it get done. If we don't take care of the black business, not only can they not take care of the family, they can't take care of the community because government ain't gonna do it. Y'all know it. Y'all ain't passed not one piece of legislation to help black folks. And I ain't just saying y'all up here right now, I'm just saying the city of Atlanta that help the overall people in Atlanta. We dealing with it so much in Atlanta. But the last thing we need to be dealing with is a procurement problem and a law department problem. They have told y'all lies the whole time she's been here. Her whole resume has been a lie. She's following a slippery slope, Ms. Boone, that her law license could be up for questioning with the things that she's doing in the city of Atlanta, but y'all won't even ask these questions to her. Y'all won't even ask the airport these things. We've asked y'all to ask the one question. The deputy general manager who's starting all this, is she qualified, is she not? Y'all won't even look at the qualifications. Not qualified to be in the position. Y'all won't even ask for it. We had a person that was over benefits, Mr. Shipman, that sold the city benefits, not only to have the people who work for the city of Atlanta can't afford to live there, but you had a guy, Tadera Bates, who y'all let resign, took bribes to raise the benefits, Ms. Waits, of the city workers. He took a bribe for Blue Cross Blue Shield and Kaiser Permanente and raised the rates, Ms. Liliana. So not only I can't afford to live in the city that I work for, y'all raising my benefits up. Council, y'all have not looked into that and done something about that. Man, we cannot just be placeholders, not in Atlanta. We can't afford that in 2023. Mr. Shook, we can't play politics, man. What's good for Buckhead is what's good for Bankhead. It has to be. It just has to be. It just has to be. I walked with you, Ms. Norwood, all around the black community when you was running for mayor. I'm just saying, we ain't seen you since, I'm just saying, we got to see more of you. We got to see more of you. If it weren't for the grace of God, these black folk would have exited me out of Atlanta for supporting you, but they can't do it. But I want to see more of you. That same enthusiasm you had when you was running for mayor, we got to see it again. Mr. Shook, that's because you didn't have a vote on something, you got to voice your opinion, man. You got to voice your opinion, because these same black folks in here, you got to come for when you want to run for mayor. I know you want to run for mayor, everybody else do. You got to take on some black issues. You can't stand silent, you got to. It's a must, you got to. So we leave y'all here today, man. Stop taking what the law department tell you, man. Nobody's gonna get it right, man. Procurement, hey, it's not perfect, you know what I'm saying, but at least we can ask them the questions and let's get it right. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Thank you all. Councilmember Lewis, I'll give you a brief moment.
So this does not work right now, right?
It is on.
But I would like to say, DeJuan mentioned my name, so anytime my name is mentioned, I always make a comment back. I want to say on the Black Caucus thing, we do have black issues in this city that need to be addressed, and I think we do need to start meeting on that. So I stand in full support of us. And here's a caveat to that. The caveat is that Atlanta never needed a Black Caucus, but as a first-time council member, I'm gonna tell you now, we need one. We need one. Thank you.
I'd like to remind the audience, let's keep it moving. Clapping just makes it so that other people don't get their chance to talk. Almalat, your 2 minutes. Almalat, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Y'all know I've been coming in for years and years, telling y'all about the homeless situation in these communities. And I pulled up some information that y'all databases is wrong, because y'all got most of y'all stuff out of Sandy Springs, Risewell, and surrounding areas, not in Atlanta. What y'all need to let the people know. This the HUD minimum income. This y'all data, and this HUD data. What? 30% AMI is for lower income families. Y'all cannot make these communities medium and high and forget the low destiny in these communities. It's wrong. It's time for a change. Mary, now what you need to bring, your people coming to Atlanta, you need to take care of them over there, because Atlanta got a problem. It's a shame the way y'all are mishandling business. And all these people are being homeless. Now, we're looking at senior citizens and college students. It's a shame. I can go out here all day, and if y'all want me to walk around and get petitions, I can walk around and get petitions. I mean, say, these families are not only black families, they black and brown. And I mean, say, everybody is looking bad. Y'all looking bad. The city of Atlanta is looking bad. If you look at some of the Facebook posts and all these, it got out of town people commenting on y'all. Y'all are bad, bad, bad. And it's a damn shame that we have to see our families work so hard for many years and now they became homeless. Senior citizens stay now 40 and 30 years homeless. Walk down Simpson. Walk down Martin Luther King, West End, Vine City, English Avenue, West End, and the surrounding downtown areas. Y'all to be a damn shame of yourself. And may God bless you.
Thank you. Archbishop John Lewis. Bishop John Lewis. Daryl Anderson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, guys. My name is Daryl Anderson. I'm a small businessman in the city of Atlanta for 41 years. I'm a Grady baby. And I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to share what is going on in the city, what is going on in this procurement department. I want to thank my friends, my family, my colleagues for being here in support of some of the things that are going on, that shouldn't be going on, that is criminal. First of all, I want to say that the city put out an RFP for terminal at my company, been performing at the airport for 6 years, under 2 extensions. They have put out this contract 4 times, and still could not get it right. They put language in there that I've shared with you guys, and I want you guys to be able to read that language. And the language simply says that all proponents must, I'll read it again, must be registered as an SBE with the city of Atlanta. Not should, not ought to be, but must. Then it goes on to say you should meet the qualification in Appendix A, which is a joint venture. It's clear as day. 15 lawyers I had looked at this, and all of them said, what's the problem? I said, the problem is, I went to committee to express my concerns. The law department, the OCC department said it didn't exist. That's not what's in there. They said also, council don't read anything, so they believe whatever we tell them. Well, we're gonna do some reading today. I'm putting it right before you. It's not made up. 2.2.2. Read it for yourself. So nobody can ever come and say that you all don't read. When I looked at it and I called people that I've known in the industry, they said, Darryl, this is criminal. Why would a law department, legal folks that have taken an oath, go before some of their council people and say that this language is not there? This is not what we meant. This was not the intent. It's there. It's clear as day. And I'm not coming because, you know, it's sour grapes. I'm sorry that I lost. I've lost many times and it's made me better. But I've never seen a situation where procurement is put out and the procurement department, Mr. Jadid, don't follow their own procurement rules. They changed the scoring. 25 minutes before the bid was due, they canceled the bid and extended it. Our bids were already turned in. How are they getting away with this? Look at the iPro report. Look at all the failures, all the things that wouldn't follow. Donald Trump and some of his co-conspirators for lying have been indicted. Some people in our law department for lying to you guys may need to be indicted. Where is Funny Willis? Where is Funny Willis not looking into legal folks, lawyers coming before this body and telling lies to you guys? We got a big procurement lie going on and it needs to stop. It needs to stop today. Councilmember Overstreet, we came to you a year and a half ago and you said, I understand, I see, I hear some of this stuff that's going on. But in good faith, you tried to give the procurement department an opportunity to do what was right. We are worse off now. As a small businessman, I should not have to put $10,500 up to protest something that is clearly wrong. No small business should have to do that. Why are we allowing this to happen? $10,500 that could be used for my cash flow to do it. I should not have to wait when the airport got almost $1 billion in the bank to get paid 5 months. I've waited 5 months. That would put a small business. Imagine if some of you guys in here didn't get your paycheck for 5 months. Why? Because people continue to not do their job. They fill y'all with excuses, excuses, excuses. I heard in committee meeting 2 weeks ago where there was 31% of minority participation. Where is it? Show me the numbers. Show me the proof. Show me the dollar value. Show me who's doing the business. I don't see it. 41 years. 41 years. And I was raised right. I'm in District 12, who they told me not to open my business. I'm from Summerhill. Mount Carmel Church, live right next door, 774 Martin Street. I remember it like it yesterday. I am Atlanta. I am black Atlanta. I'm a black businessman, and I happen to be proud. My mother and father are here today, and my church members who's constantly praying for me to do the right thing. I'm the example when you raise up a young black man, what they should do and what they will do if we give them the opportunity. I'm a living example of that. And there's no reason that it shouldn't be more people that look like me, more young men that look like me doing the same thing in the community, on Metropolitan, on Stewart Avenue, on Cleveland Avenue, and all over this city. It can be and it will be done. We cannot continue the pimp game. We cannot let procurement come in here and feed y'all with a bunch of lies. This needs to be looked into, and it needs to be looked into from the from the bottom to the ground and let the cards fall. I'm telling you, what is being done in our procurement, I've given you all the information. What is being done in our procurement process, criminal. 4 times the bidder that won out of Chicago, a $6 billion company. Why is $6 billion, $10 billion company bidding against small minority business right here in the city? Why? Why have we stacked the deck like that? Somebody give me a reason why. We will never have the equity that we deserve until things change. And I'm coming before this body and I'm asking y'all to make the necessary changes. I didn't want to be here, but many are called, few are chosen, and I happen to be one of the chosen ones, and I'm going to speak the truth to power until we make the changes. Change must come, guys. And I'm asking this body to look at this information. It's factual, and do what needs to be it. This document, this RP, should be sent back to hell. Sent back, as they say, dead on arrival. It's not right. It's wrong. And I want to see other young people, but they don't believe in the process. Everybody that I ever brought on a contract on an RFP were first-timers. They never had the opportunity. When I was a prime, all the minority people were first-time opportunities. You'll get to hear from some, hopefully, today. So it's not about me. It's about our city. It's about our community. And we shouldn't have to fight so hard for things of this nature. Why are we continually let this thing happen? Why do I have to come up here? I've tried to meet behind closed doors and quietly to say, hey, we got a problem. Let's fix it. Let's talk. Let's sit down. But no, until you get in front of the cameras, I'm not going to run behind closed door. I'm not going in executive session. I'm coming right before y'all and saying that the procurement process in this city is broken. It has failed us.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Humphrey Johnson. Humphrey Johnson. Vic Bolton. Due to yield of time, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Good to see y'all today. I know it's a tough day, but I do want to say thank you for your service. I appreciate those of you who are willing to do what many of us won't. So even when it's tough, we appreciate your being here. A couple things I want to share with you. I'm here also to speak about what's under the reports of council of committees for transportation resolution 4352, the RFP that ends in 1230391 for terminal-to-terminal shuttle services. I ask that you file and start over with this process, or that you send it back to committee for further review. That's our ask today. President Shipman, you said a couple minutes ago that DE&I permeates everything that the city of Atlanta does. And I know that that is historically the case, and I'd like to see it manifested in a bigger way than is currently the case at times. But it is a part of who we say we are and of the vision of this great city. I'm a Grady baby as well. I got there first. And I had the good fortune of having been acquainted with the legendary late Mayor Maynard Jackson. Pardon my stutters here. But my mom was a 45-year educator, and so we had some opportunities on occasion. And when he created what's now EBO, it took great courage in the face of a resistant and a difficult contractor community who did not want to work with the Herman Russells and the other African-American contractors of the time. It took incredible courage for him to go and padlock the airport construction site and say, we will not build it unless you use some of these black contractors, at which time some of those folks yielded. It also was a great peril to himself, a risk to himself and his family, not to mention his career post-term, because as you know, he practiced law in Chicago after he left Atlanta's mayor's office, because I assume the climate in Atlanta wasn't conducive to practicing here. Atlanta was special. And we developed and facilitated so many black millionaires, prominent leaders, executives, and nationally influential politicians and civic leaders and the Vernon Jordans and the Andrew Youngs, and the list goes on forever. But the foundation on which all of that stuff stood was a commitment, the first commitment to include black folks in every area of the city's operations. At that time, that was the minority in Atlanta. Subsequently, the definition of diversity has expanded. It now includes, obviously, gender. It includes LGBTQ. It includes other minorities. It includes the disabled, veterans. But at that time, the mission of the whole process was to include the city's black community in government, in procurement, and in all of what stood for Atlanta. Let me share a few flaws with this RFP. I just want to lay a couple of details out. You've heard the overarching principles from my friends. 2.2.2, we keep reiterating, it says must be an SBE. We looked at the city code. The Code of Ordinances defines it as a firm located in the Atlanta region, which is an independent and continuing enterprise that provides a commercially useful function. Keyword there, in the Atlanta region. That would seem that the proposed awardee today would be disqualified. In the OCC appendix at the back of the packet, it says that the joint venture, if that's the way you go, that the joint venture must have an SBE in a prime position. For the 40 years I've been in business, a prime is the primary vendor, the person who holds the contract. And all the work we've ever done with the city, to be a prime, you had to be doing 51% of the work. We did not allow you to be a pass-through, to just put your face on something and sell the services of a bigger company under the guise of minority inclusion. You had to be doing at least 51% of that work for you to be able to consider yourself the prime. So it says an SBE must be the prime on this contract. This bid was initially done as a sheltered market, one of the 4 iterations or 2, and then it was reissued midway as a joint venture. We were told the reason why that changed, which of course used to give local vendors a better shot, was that the bid was $5 million or more, and therefore it needed to move up to the joint venture line. And lo and behold, the document that was submitted to committee last week was $1.4 million. So if it's got to be JV because it's $5 million or more, why did we force that on a bid that came in at $1.4 million? Sounds to me like the math, not math, and I only have 2 degrees, but I'm not counting so good as best I can determine. So if the city of Atlanta is pro-small business, why would we do that? The RFP also says that the top 2 proponents are required to do oral presentations to the city so that they could evaluate a presentation of your proposed solution. To my knowledge, that did not happen. So if there were no oral presentations, and it says in the document, the top 2 must, since when is must not a mandate? The IPRO report that was mentioned earlier, there is a scoring rubric in the document. The standard little column and row sheet that says section 2 is worth 10 points and section 3 is 15 and 4 is 15 and so forth, at a 1 to 10 scoring system. In the middle of the process, after the bids had been submitted, Mr. Majumdar decided to change the scoring system and to implement some 139 something from 6 Sigma or whatever. How in the heck do you get to 10, 15, or 30% adding up 3s and 9s? So, more importantly, how do you change the scoring rubric for how the bids were going to be evaluated after the vendors have followed the instructions that you gave and submitted them already? The IPRO report was conveniently amended into the document right as we got ready to vote on it, so nobody had seen it, wasn't up on the website yet. We found it and got hold of it later, and now I see why we were in such a hurry to run it through and not produce it. How many findings did they find? The proponent has been sued 3 or 4 times recently. There's a letter of reference from a DOA employee for the proposed proponent recommending them as a participant, which is supposed to be a conflict of interest and not something that we can do in Atlanta. Things been issued 4 times in 2 years. The initial iteration, my client was up for his renewal year on the contract that he currently has. And someone at the airport decided that they did not like Daryl, and so they were going to push him out by not extending him the second time and bringing a new vendor in. And at some point, something fell through and they withdrew that proposal without ever bringing it forward. So that procurement died inside the system without ever coming out to the public. The second iteration, we responded with almost 500 pages of documents and forms that you all requested. We were notified by the city that the bid was being canceled. Under the clause at the city's discretion, it can cancel any bid at the discretion of the city if it's in the best interest of the city. Found out a year later that all 3 of the applicants had been deemed non-responsive, but none of them had been notified. The process requires that you come to us and say, you did not submit Form X, or you used the wrong budget form, or whatever the process might be, and therefore we're disqualifying you from this process. Got the same RFP again a few months later, submitted it, waited several months, got no word, didn't hear anything. Just by accident, one of our friends was in the system looking around for opportunities and said, did you know Terminal to Terminal is back out for bid? This procurement department issued in July of 23 the 3rd iteration of this particular RFP and did not cancel the April 23 iteration until August. As they say in the neighborhood, where they do that at? How does one issue a cancellation for the previous iteration, which is still under consideration, and you haven't even canceled the prior, but you got a new one out there? And we were fortunate to stumble across it so late we missed the pre-bid and we missed the opportunity to submit questions, but we rushed and got a bid in anyway under the 3rd iteration of this report. And so then the 4th one was issued again in July. Now, one thing I want to make sure I leave with you, this bid document was all but word for word the same all 4 times. When you issue the same bid that many times and do nothing but cancel and push the same document back out, a procurement expert I consulted said the only thing you could be doing is looking for a different outcome. You wanted somebody else to apply who didn't. You wanted to give that work to someone else. For whatever reason, you didn't allow that person to keep the work that they have had. So we've been non-responsive with the same packet we submitted this most recent iteration where we were not, quote unquote, the best packet. So how is it non-responsive in one iteration to the same exact document, but no longer that way? So in the last couple seconds, I just want to tell you that this procurement process is all over the place. Ms. Overstreet issued some legislation not that long ago that basically said we need to do some things to look at our procurement processes. It's my understanding on good authority that someone has said that that thing will never convene because he's got it. So I'm not going to be ugly today, but folks have decided that that is not needed for us to move on. So our request is that you either file this thing and restart it or that you push it back to committee for further review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Sharon Potus. Sharon Pottis. Katrina Scott. Katrina Scott. Jody Williams. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Jody Williams, and I come to bring awareness. I think 2 weeks ago I was here, and the city council members jumped on board with not to exceed $2 million for solar, and again on not to exceed $1 million for electronic bikes. Then this is what I'm bringing awareness to. Then $20,000 for homeless children. Make that make sense. And I want to speak on the housing choice voucher programs. I had a lot of a lot of young single mothers to call me and ask me to help them get into this program, whereas they changed the website maybe 3 times. They called in, they had like 5 or 6 different phone numbers, and they could not get in. Eventually, I was able to help 2 people get in by calling the city council, and I thank you guys for that, office. The young lady stayed on the phone with one person for 2.5 hours trying to get her in, and I thank her for that. I want you guys to support rent control, and I want you guys to abolish state taxes. That way, everyone can come in making $7.25 from federal minimum wages. And I also want to speak on the pastors helping out to put the seniors out of the housing.
Time has expired.
And the name of the program or the establishment is True Light Haven Management.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Kevin Ross. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Kevin Ross, attorney representing A National in their protest of the terminal-to-terminal shuttle contract. I appeared before Transportation Committee when this was taken up and made the committee aware that we would be filing a protest that resulted in an executive session. And then after that executive session, the committee reconvened and had discussion without additional comment, which is traditional. And one of the things that was said during that discussion that really stuck with me was that it's not the council's responsibility to get into the weeds when it comes to procurement. Now, if what that comment meant is that it's not your job to act as evaluators, I agree with the comment wholeheartedly. But if that comment means that you're not to look at procurements where there are obvious irregularities, where the procurement seems to have flaws, fundamental flaws, then I disagree with that comment profoundly. That's part of your oversight duty as a council in terms of the city's procurement functioning. I don't want to repeat everything that Mr. Anderson and Mr. Bolton have said, but I do want to make just a few points. As lawyers, we deal with language that is either ambiguous or unambiguous. And I think the point that Mr. Anderson has made and Mr. Bolton echoed is that when you look at what this procurement was, it was indicated it was going to be a small business enterprise opportunity. The proposed awardee is a $6.5 billion company. That is not a small business enterprise. Now, the city has the discretion to set the rules of the procurement. If you don't want a particular procurement to be a small business enterprise opportunity, you don't have to put it in the document. But you did in this instance, and you've made a proposed award that just doesn't comply with the unambiguous language of the procurement. You know, Mr. Bolton mentioned that the iPro report that your Office of Inspector General does for large contracts was not available to us when we appeared before the Transportation Committee. There are at least 5 of 9 findings that I think are problematic and would justify more committee review and analysis of this particular procurement. You've heard mention of all of the cancellations, and in fact, a cancellation after the 4th procurement had been issued, which is extremely irregular. There's a reference to the number of lawsuits filed against the minority partner of the proposed awardee, and DOP's response was, DOP will advise the using agency of this finding and mitigate risk accordingly. What the heck does that mean? You would think that there would be an analysis of these suits. Do they threaten the existence of the proposed JV partner? Do they indicate an inability to perform? Maybe, maybe not. But that language in response to your Inspector General doesn't say anything. It's a dodge. Then there was one here where a member of the user agency communicated with the proposed awardee JV majority partner during the blackout period to recommend a job opportunity with the JV majority partner. What was DOP's response? Upon disclosure by iPro of the email communications, DOP confirmed that the discussions were regarding existing contract activities. What does that mean? Existing contract activities, if this was a new award for the proposed winner, what were the nature of these communications? It seems on its face to be highly inappropriate during the blackout period for any such communication to be going on. But the answer from DOP doesn't provide a policymaker or decision maker with any information. The most important thing though here is that the scoring was changed during the procurement. The scoring methodology was changed during the procurement. And I know through firsthand experience, it's very difficult to win government contract protests in Georgia, state that tends to favor local governments and state governments in their decision making. But one area where you generally might find some success is when there's a change in the scoring methodology during the midst of the procurement, because that is a fundamentally unfair development. Unfair to every single bidder, not just to A National. It's back to the principle. You get to set the rules of the procurement, but you have to follow them once you set them. If you create a methodology that says, and it's a traditional grid that all of us have been around city government have seen for years, you get 10 points for this category, you get 15 points, adds up to 100 points. And then all of a sudden, the DOP response, the scoring methodology applied to this solicitation is per the CPO's new standard for conducting proposals evaluation based on Lean Six Sigma principles using 139. There's no prohibition against the city deciding it wants to change scoring methodology in procurements, but you can't do it as to a procurement that's pending. That alone should cause this procurement to be restarted, because that is a fundamental flaw that I don't think is curable. But the point is, let's not getting in the weeds to examine clear language in a procurement to make your own independent assessment. Lord knows I got more clients that tell me, Kevin, I read this differently than you do. And sometimes, you know what, their clients are right, because they're intelligent people. You guys can look at language and you don't have to rely on the law department, you don't have to rely on contract compliance, you don't have to rely on DOP, because you're here to supervise them, not the other way around. So I submit to you that the requests made by Mr. Anderson and Mr. Bolton are appropriate. At best, this thing needs to be filed and this procurement needs to be started over, but at a minimum, it should be sent back to committee for further review and study related to these issues. I thank you for your attention and hope you will give this serious consideration.
Thank you. Next up will be Earl McCullum. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm also here regarding the terminal for A National. I have over 30 years of finance and accounting, working with municipalities here in Georgia and across the Southeast. And to piggyback on that, I also worked with KPMG back in the early 2000s. And one of the things I needed to do here when we did the city audit was kind of pull together the process and procedures for accounting, for procurement, with the city code. So everything is kind of encompassed in one document. So everyone can kind of have a blueprint on how to procure and manage the finances for the city. So when this was brought to my attention, and I know the history, I've worked with Daryl over the years, To me, this was very gross oversight when it comes to procurement process. Things are being missed, and it is an effect that affects the businesses, small businesses here that cannot participate in this particular contract. And I agree to piggyback on Vic and Daryl. This needs to be put back out because the city has the blueprint to properly procure businesses and services here in the city of Atlanta, because I was a part of a team that ensured that we had the documentation, all the policies and procedures in place to ensure that things should be done the right way. Thank you for my time and your time.
Thank you. Next up will be Sharon Potus. She here yet? No. Karen Swain. Due to yield of time, you'll have Karen Swain.
Yes.
You'll have up to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Karen Swain. I'm the owner of a management and IT consulting firm called Excellus. We are an Atlanta-based federal, state, and local contractor. We're certified on the federal level as an 8A certified firm. We're also an economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business. And on the state level, we're MBE and DBE certified in Georgia, Missouri, Maryland, Illinois, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania. On the local level, we are SBE certified with the City of Atlanta. What does all that mean? That means that my livelihood is under attack. So I'm here today to speak to you from a small business. And since I have a few minutes, I'll share with you a little bit about my background and how I got to where I am. I think this is very important for you not only to hear, but for folks that are sitting in this room who have entrepreneurial aspirations to hear as well. I started my career in management consulting. I graduated from Florida A&M University with an accounting degree. I moved to Atlanta and got my MBA at Clark Atlanta University, and I went into management consulting. Started out with IBM, then I went to KPMG, and then I left Deloitte after spending about 5 years with them in 2011. I went out as an independent contractor like a lot of small businesses do, just farming myself out. And then I got to a point where I was kind of hovering at $300,000–400,000 a year, couldn't quite get to the $500,000 to the million like most small businesses aspire to move forward in their business. And so through mentorship and kind of folks in my ear said, Karen, you need to go federal. And so I went to the federal government and got certified as an 8A certified firm. And that is where I truly saw a difference with my revenue. And that's where also I really learned how to do business the right way. I call it, being a big girl or a big boy in business. But I also saw the struggle of small business owners. And so when I hear stories like the one that Mr. Anderson is sharing and Vic Bolton and Kevin Ross have talked about with this particular terminal-to-terminal contract, it really saddens me because it's small business owners like myself who struggle anyway. These contracts are not easy to get. And if it were not for these programs on the federal, the state, and the local level, we wouldn't eat, guys. And I'm serious, we would not eat. I know this because I work for the large firms. I was on proposal writing teams. I was on pricing teams. I know what the large firms charge. I also know what we as small businesses charge. When we say that the federal, state, and local government need small businesses, that is a fact. They need us. We can't compete with these large firms on price alone. It's just not going to happen. So even when you get to these federal contracts, and I know we're having a local conversation, but even when you get to these federal contracts, in order for you to really grow into $30 and $40 million operations, you've got to get with the big boys. You've got to partner with them at some point. But we've got to get there. That means we have to win contracts that are set aside for us, not getting into situations where you're taking from us. And so I think that's what a lot of the conversation around this topic is about. It's just do what's right. To Kevin Ross's point, you're well within your right as a municipality to decide how you want your procurement to go. If you want it full and open competitive, if you want to set aside If you want a government-wide acquisition contract, if you want to use whatever schedule you want to use, you want to be SD, VOSB, set aside, WOSB, 8A, any alphabet you want, you're well within your right to do that. But when you make that decision, then do right by the small business. Do what the contract or what the RFP and the procurement process says, because the other piece to this is it costs a lot of money, time, and resources for small businesses to put together proposals. Most of us don't have large proposal writing shops and departments where we've got the proposal writer and a separate pricer and a separate this and that. We don't have that like a lot of your large businesses have. A lot of that work falls on us as the business owner and a couple other people in our operation. So when we take the time to put together a proposal, and in this case, 4 times, I mean, this didn't happen to me, but it's hard to sit there in the audience and hear 4 times. That means that Mr. Anderson and his team had to go to the proposal writing table 4 times, right? And I understand if the RFP didn't change much, but you still have to revisit every page to ensure that it didn't change, to ensure that you're not missing anything. You can't take for granted that the RFP didn't change. It may be one small paragraph or one sentence that you missed. So you still have to take the same level of effort that you took in proposal number 1 that you take in proposal number 4. Okay? So that's all I have to say. I hope, to their point, you all consider doing the right thing by a small business owner, because it's other small business owners like myself that make it hard for us to continue to try to even do business on the local level. I haven't done business with the city of Atlanta in quite some time for a reason. Your procurement shop has been questionable for some time, okay? And it's unfortunately sad that I feel this way. A lot of the reason why a lot of my work is at the federal level. I would love to come home. I just don't have it. I'm a small business. I can't afford to keep losing to poor procurement processes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Eddie Hunter. Eddie Hunter. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. I hope this message falls especially on the ears of Mr. Bill Dorey, Mr. Bond, Mr. Lewis. I was an employee for the Department of Aviation for 25 years. I was a facilities maintenance mechanic crew supervisor who was unjustly terminated, and I'm asking for the option to be reinstated or allow myself to resign or retire. I expressed that I'm willing to take a demotion. I just want to get my last 5 years in with the city of Atlanta. My father, Eddie Hunter Sr., is a 30-year, he did 30 years with the city of Atlanta, retiring from the Department of Aviation. My sister, Sonia Hunter, currently has 34 years and counting with the Department of Aviation. Last year, I lost my oldest son, and I am currently raising my youngest son, trying to be the best and best positive role model that I could be, which is going to be hard for me now that I'm not employed anymore. I don't know if a lot of y'all was here or remember back when 2014, the city of Atlanta was shut down by Snowmageddon. I went to work that Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m., and I did not get off until Friday afternoon, 3 p.m. And 2 weeks later, we got hit with snow again. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional right now. I stayed there 2 complete weeks, making sure every runway was open, their planes could take off, people could land to visit their loved ones. I've given the airport 25 years of my blood, sweat, and tears. And I would just simply like the chance to retire from the workplace that I love, the place that I have learned so much from, with so many different labor trades, and I have acquired so many different licenses. I have a lot of knowledge to keep giving to the young employees that come through the door. Yes, I was wrongly terminated, simply because I didn't agree with some of the practices that was going on with my superiors. I am the type of person, as a supervisor, I cared about my employees. I had an employee who lost a wife. I had an employee who lost a grandmother. On my personal time, my personal phone, I reached out to them, trying to visit them. I was always raised to treat people how you want to be treated. I have a lot of good people who got love for me. Can't believe this has happened to a person like myself. All I'm asking is that let me, please, I'm asking, I'm begging, allow me to finish my last 5 years with the Department of Aviation so that the Hunter name can continue to be a great name in airport maintenance. All I ask is, please allow the great employees who give their blood, sweat, and tears, 20+ years, who love their job. And many people don't love their job anymore, but the people who love their job, give them an opportunity to retire. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Philip, Councilmember Lewis. Hold on just a second, Councilmember Lewis. Let's get your mic on. Councilmember Lewis, see if it's on. It's not on yet. Can we get Councilmember Lewis's mic on? See if it works.
And I know I spoke with you this weekend through my cousin who worked for the city of Atlanta in the Department of Aviation for 30 years and retired, and he was able to retire to a good life. I know what you're asking for. And so, similar to my question this weekend, and I asked you to make sure you include me on every step moving forward. Have you been able to speak with Pace yet?
I spoke with Pace, and Ms. Pagnata said she would get back with me, and that was a couple of days ago.
Okay.
And your cousin taught me a lot.
Okay. All right. I thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Philip H. Sorry, I can't quite. Maybe Horton. I'm not sure. Sorry. Houston, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
To the protocol that has already been established, I'm here representing small business. I decided to become an SBE, but it was a hard process. Working for a Black-owned company, Mr. Anderson, he has always talked to the staff about getting your own business and whatnot. So I decided to go through the process. I'm not from Grady, I'm not from Atlanta, not from Decatur. I reside in Stockbridge, which, to become an SBE, you are allowed to. But the process was crazy. I literally had to call Mr. Bell just to get certified because the person I was talking to didn't understand my business and couldn't believe that I could do what I was doing at the time. And so I got certified as SBE, and now working on the process as far as doing terminal to terminal. And every time we think we got it, we get into a process to where there's an opportunity, things change. I myself personally can say that the RFP did change 4 times. Being a pastor in the United Methodist Church here, I'm very detailed on how I see things. And as you read the RFPs from the first time we received them to the last time we received them, you can see in the details that certain areas were changed due to the font size, that there was new information that was presented. Only thing we want from a small business standpoint is just to be fair.
We follow the rules that you put in place, but we want you to be fair on the other end when it comes to who you choose and given the opportunity. It's not about race, it's not about color, but it's just about a fair process that you put in place. That's all we want. All right.
Thank you. Next up will be Brandon Tharp. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Everybody else got all that time. I can't get 3 or 4, please, man. Don't start it yet. Hold on. All right. So I'm gonna try to be quick in that case. All right, so I'm here to talk about reparations. That secret vote happening today, we found out about the last minute. So the disparity in the racial wealth gap in our city is tremendous and atrocious. I'm a Grady baby. My family's been in Georgia on both sides since slavery, and in Atlanta on my dad's side since it ended. On my mom's side since the 70s. My aunt babysat Martin Luther King. My grandma babysat his kids for Coretta after he passed away. My uncle cleaned shoes for Herman J. Russell as a 10-year-old. Herman was 17 at the time, over on Martin Street, where my family is from, and lost that home. So this is near and dear subject to me. As a matter of fact, anything pertaining to the erasure and replacement of Black American freedmen in this city is particularly important to me. Now, that being said, reparations is not a comfortable conversation, but Black American freedmen didn't end up in this country comfortably. We didn't choose to immigrate here for a better life. We didn't come here as refugees. We came in chains against our will. But not often, so often, people try to compare our unique ethnicity to everyone else that came and chose to live the American dream, all whilst trampling over the backs of the ancestors that paved the way for Blacks and all other people of color to end up here, to come here and flourish. This is a specific debt owed to a specific group by the United States government for making 244 years of unpaid labor legal and all the other atrocities thereafter that we still need to address to this day. Ukraine and Israel are getting so much money in billions, but we can't afford reparations. How does that make sense? Then you have a lot of white folks wondering, telling us, why is the country in shambles, but they won't address the nation's original sin. So since I got to fast forward, I'm gonna ask you all, when you're making this vote, be encouraged. I actually would like y'all to postpone the vote because I don't think you're ready to get a council or a task force on reparations when a lot of people don't know underground was one of the biggest slave trades in the South, and Whitehall Street as well. It's a myriad of other things I wanted to say. Maynard Jackson was disappointed. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Denmark Harrison. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I came here to talk about reparations as well. But then after listening to people come up here and plead for housing and shelter, to hear Black people come up here and plead to not be disenfranchised from procurement systems, what I realized was that reparations ain't possible until we do something about immigration. We can't have both. We can't have immigration and reparations because the money that should be going towards immigration is going towards reparations. Since I've been here, for the short period of time I've been here, all I've heard is Black people being disenfranchised. Black people being disenfranchised from homes, from jobs, from contracts, and all that type of stuff. Well, I want to say this here, is that obviously white supremacy is alive and well and healthy. There are Black supremacists who participate in white supremacy. But understand this, they're coming for us now, but they're coming for you too eventually. They're coming for you too. What I'm seeing here, or what I'm interpreting, is basically state rights. Like, we want to be able to treat Black people however we want to treat Black people. That's the premise of state rights. I don't know why it is that something like this hasn't gone before the DOD already. Why is it that there is not a federal audit on this procurement system already? I don't understand. I would have the feds crawling down your backs. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I came here to talk about reparations, but I'm forget about it.
Thank you. Next up will be Ray Jones. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm with the ADOS Advocacy Foundation, and ADOS stands for American Descendants of Slavery, and we push for reparations and a transformative Black agenda. I want to start with a quick quote from a book that was written by Rob Nixon. The name of the book is Slow Violence and the Environmentalism of the Poor. And in that book, Nixon defines slow violence as a violence that occurs gradually and out of sight, a violence of delayed destruction that is dispersed across time and space, and attritional violence that is typically not viewed as violence at all. So I do gig work in the city. I deliver packages all day on an e-bike. I see the violence. I see the homelessness. I see the displacement. Displacement is actually violent. The domino effects that comes from people not even being able to afford to live in the city of Atlanta anymore, it has deep, violent ramifications. Matter of fact, the founder of ADOS, Yvette Carnell, I'll quote her when she says that when you've done something specific to a people, you have to do something specific for a people. So Michael Bond, I salute you for pushing forth this reparations study commission. And I just have one quick ask that not only do you, it was written in the resolution that you want this to not be confused with federal reparations, and this in no way is hindering that. But I need the city council to be full-throated and advocate for federal reparations as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Greg Sims. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Gregory Sims. I'm Vice President of All-in-One Security Services. All-in-One was started in 2001. We are certified with the City of Atlanta as both an African-American business enterprise and a small business enterprise. The very programs that you're talking about having been started by Maynard and that you nurtured today, we are a beneficiary of. I'm going to keep this centered on my company, and I'll just say what I came to say. We've been around for 20 years with a strong track record, and we work very hard to exceed our clients' expectations. Per the city's requirement on all solicitations over $5 million, All-in-One formed a joint venture partnership with ABM to bid on the ground transportation terminal-to-terminal shuttle services bid. Our team met all requirements set forth by the end user, which is the Department of Aviation, the Risk Management Department, and the Office of Contract Compliances. I've bid on several bids for the city, and I can't tell you how many that I've lost. But through losing, you learn, and you grow, and you become more efficient. I'd like to think my team did that in this situation here. We were one of 5 joint venture teams to submit a responsive bid to the Office of Procurement. 5 teams who knew all the rules, 5 teams that knew you had to have an SBE partner as part of the joint venture partnership, that the SBE component on this contract is 35%, and that 35% is going to companies that you're trying to build and grow up through this process. Our bid was deemed most responsive again. Like many businesses in our space, All-in-One has been monitoring this opportunity on the city's procurement portal for a long time. When the opportunity presented itself to us, we chose to partner with ABM to provide baggage assistance and informational support to customers taking shuttle buses between the domestic terminal, the international terminal, and the rental car center at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. The goal of the ABM All-in-One JV team is to make this a seamless transition. We are certified through your processes. We are qualified. We are ready to go. We plan to extend and to offer employment opportunities to anyone that's on the current contract, seeing that they are able to meet our hiring criteria by passing a rigorous background check and a drug screening. On behalf of All-in-One's managing partner, Rick Robinson, I would like to say that we are very excited about the opportunity to serve on this prestigious project. I thank you for your time and your service to the citizens of Atlanta. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment today. I want to thank everybody who came down to provide comments to the council. At this point, we will move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Report of the Journal. I, Vanessa Walden, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the October 16th, 2023 regular meeting of the Atlanta City Council are true and correct.
If there are no additions or corrections, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the minutes. Moved by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15. I'm sorry, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes passes. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
First, communications 23C 5114. A communication from Mary Shaw.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Back to the previous motion. Councilmember Bonds and I. It was unanimous consent, as long as you were in the space.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes carries. Let's move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Communications 23C 5114. A communication from Mary Shaw, City of Atlanta Pension Plan Administrator, submitting the City of Atlanta Firefighters Pension Administration Committee election results, identifying Mr. George Howell III as the retiree representative to fill the unexpired term of Mr. Lawrence Mall. This term will expire December 31st, 2025. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
Item 2, 23C 5115, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer submitting the September 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2023 weekly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let the item follow its course.
23C 5116, a communication from Municipal Clerk Vanessa Walden submitting a report of the administrative correction made to previously adopted legislation between the regular council meeting dates of October 16th, 2023 and November 6th, 2023 to the Atlanta City Council in accordance with Section 2-169 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. That legislation was 23O-1469 and 23R-3705. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5117, a communication from council members Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, reappointing Miss Sherry Gates Bagaffey to serve as a member of the Zoning Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively on October 4th, 2023 and expire on October 3rd, 2025. Staff recommendation is to refer to Zoning Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5118, a communication from Council Member Byron Amos, District 3, appointing Ms. Linda Adams to serve as a member of the Commission on Aging. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C 5119, a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit report for landscaping contracts. Staff recommendation is to refer to CU the City Utilities Committee, sorry.
Let the item follow that course. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll next move to the consent agenda, section 1. This can be found on your page 4 of your materials. These are all items for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt, but first let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1? I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion to adopt by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1 carries. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move 23R4427. It's on page 15, item number 33. Again, 23R4427 to the Mayor's office post haste. This is the employee health benefits paper.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan to move 23R-4427 post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without an objection. Is there any objection to moving this item post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move this item post haste.
Unanimous consent is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. It begins on page 25 of your materials. These are items for first reading. The appropriate motion will be to refer, but again, let me ask, is there anything to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Juan, second. Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of the standing committees. First up today will be the City Utilities Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Today we have no report.
No report. Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have 3 items. Colleagues, the first item is communication 23-C-5113. This is a communication from Community Development and Human Services Committee on the submission of an application to the Pathways for Moving Obstacles to Housing, also known as the Pro-Housing Grant, from the Office of Community Planning and Development from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, pursuant to Ordinance 23-0-1478, to further identify and address the obstacles to housing in the City of Atlanta and execute any agreements related to the acceptance of the grant in an amount up to $10 million and 0 cents. Colleagues, this had a HUD-required public hearing that was held at CDHS on October 24th, which enables the submission of the application for the grant, and the recommendation of CDHS was to accept and file this particular legislation.
So there's a motion coming out of committee to accept and file 23-C-5113. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? Given this is a communication, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to accept and file this item? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent, 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
All right, our next item is Ordinance 23-0-1588. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to transfer an amount not to exceed $40,000 and 0 cents from the Council District 3 discretionary fund to the Department of Parks and Recreation, allocating $20,000 and 0 cents to support maintenance of the Charles L. Harper statue and $20,000 and 0 cents for the purchase of 12 trash receptacles for Washington Cook Park and 12 trash receptacles for Anderson Park, and for other purposes. Colleagues, the recommendation out of committee was to file, and that was a motion to file because our committee approved walk-in resolution that achieved the same purpose. So we did move this forward, and I believe that was on consent. However, the recommendation for this particular ordinance was to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-0-1588. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right. Our next and final item is Resolution 23-R-4162. This is a resolution by Council Member Michael Julian Bond and Byron D. Amos to request a portion of reprogrammed community development block grant funds in an amount not to exceed $18,000.00 to be authorized to support the initiatives of the Vine City Civic Association and for other purposes. Colleagues, the recommendation out of CDHS was favorable on condition of receiving a substitute that includes a different funding source to meet the paper's intent in time for this council meeting. You all should have received a substitute that accomplishes that condition around 2:30 this afternoon. It is in your inbox, and so that condition has been met. And so first thing I would like to do is move to substitute resolution 23-R-4162. There's a second. Oh, I'll let Council President.
There's a motion by Councilmember Dozier to bring forth the substitute for 23-R-4162. You did it well, though. Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
I move to approve on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-4162 as substituted by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Juan, move to discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see that the funding source has changed from the CDBG grant to non-departmental. What was the reason for that? I don't know if Finance wants to answer that question.
Sorry, Councilmember Juan, was that for finance or for, sorry?
For anyone who can answer
Anyone
the
can
question.
answer. Councilmember Bond? I think it's on.
Oh, is this on?
Should be.
Are we live? So when the legislation was drafted, it was just that was the wrong source, the CDBG.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
President,
Councilmember Bond.
motion to move to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion to move post haste 23-R-4162. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to move this item post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move this item post haste.
Unanimous consent would be 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues.
Before I wrap, I do have one announcement since CUC didn't have a chance to report. The notification went out last week. However, Community Development and Human Services Committee, as well as the City Utilities Committee, our joint work session that we were hosting on tomorrow about all the stormwater and flooding issues that the city's been experiencing recently has been postponed. We're still working on a new date and time for that work session, so please be on the lookout for that. We still find that this issue is continuing to challenge the City of Atlanta, so it's very important that we have this meeting and discussion, but just want y'all to be aware that it's no longer happening tomorrow. It is postponed. And also, I will just use the opportunity to remind folks to be sure to go vote tomorrow, recognizing it is Election Day. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Transportation Committee, Chair Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have two items today. The first is 23-0-1530, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to correct Resolution 23R3684, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 20th, 2023, and approved by operation of law on June 29th, 2023, and for the purpose of adding an additional authorization thereto and for other purposes. This item came out of committee favorable on condition. The condition was for ATL DOT to provide a substitute to amend the project management agreement with the Buckhead CID for the West Bases Ferry Resurfacing and Safety Improvements Project, retroactively as necessary, extending the western limits of the CID scope of work contained in Exhibit A, and adds additional resurfacing and safety improvement projects. The condition's been met. The motion is to bring forth a substitute. Everyone received the substitute via email, so I'll move to bring that forth.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki to bring forth the substitute for 23-0-1530. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
So the substitute's now before us. I'm going to read the caption because the substitute changed the caption. An ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood as substituted by the Atlanta City Council on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to amend the project management agreement with the Buckhead Community Improvement District for the West Bases Ferry Resurfacing and Safety Improvements Project for the purpose of amending BCID's scope of work and for other purposes. I will move to approve.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki to adopt 23-0-1530 substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Our second item is 23R4352, an amended resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement with ABM All-in-One Security Services, Inc. for contracted numbers listed herein, Grant Transportation Terminal-to-Terminal Shuttle Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport in an amount not to exceed $1,450,695.00 for the management fee and compensation for the services provided under the agreement established in the Department of Aviation's annual and fiscal year operating budgets. All services will be charged to and paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. This item came out of committee favorable, 4 yeas to 2 nays. The motion is to adopt, though I will move to go into executive session given, I think, interest from parties, and second by Lewis.
So so just to be clear where we are, there's a motion to adopt 23-R-4352 coming out of committee.
Okay.
It doesn't need a second. Councilmember Faroki.
So yeah, I mean this is
you've made a motion.
My
correct?
motion is to move to executive session, given that this matter has threatened litigation. Yeah.
And I have a second from Councilmember Juan. Okay. Is there any? So the motion on the table is to move into executive session. Is there any discussion on the motion to move into executive session? Councilmember Boone.
I have a question, Mr. President.
Yeah, question?
This issue.
Hold just one moment, get your mic on, to make sure it's on. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, this is a question for our law department. Is there any way legally we can discuss this in the open? We have a lot of people from across the city, minority members, business members that are interested in seeing this very vigorous discussion. What is the will of the body?
Okay, did the body or the legal?
Was there a question for law or was there?
Question for law.
Okay.
Is there any way legally we can listen to this in the open?
Certainly, legally you can.
Could you just remind us who you are for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm Nina Hickson, City Attorney. Certainly, legally you can. we would not recommend it because we're in pending litigation. However, what I would also point out is because we are in the meeting, that unless you go into a committee of the whole, then the discussion is going to be limited to just the attorneys or finance. To the extent that you're going to want procurement to speak, OCC to speak, then you're going to either have to go into committee of the whole or in the executive session be able to have that discussion. But just to be clear, there is a pending protest to which we are responding, and we would have concerns about what was said that would jeopardize that. And we wouldn't be rendering legal opinions in public as it relates to that.
Thank you.
I just would like to hear from my other colleagues. As I said, this particular issue is very, very serious. Members of the community and this city that I've never heard from before have called me concerned about this particular issue. I think that we need to discuss this in the open.
Thank you. So I would just remind everybody the motion that we are discussing is only to move, whether or not to move into executive sessions, just as Councilmember Boone was addressing. So Councilmember Lewis.
And I rescinded my second because I understand how many people in the city are watching this. And if we're gonna say we're the transparent city, and this is a District 12 company, there were small business. This is a District 12 company on Metropolitan Parkway. I want to have as much transparency as possible. And so with the attorneys saying that we can hear it here, I would want to do what we can to be as transparent as possible, because we are who we're supposed to be. We're going to say what we're going to say behind the doors up here. I hope that it'll be open like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It's my belief that the information that we were given during the committee hearing, I think on last Wednesday, some of that may have possibly been erroneous, and a lot of that information we discussed behind closed doors. And so I want to second the thought process is that this needs to be transparent and as open as possible. And again, this is not a critique against the law department. I just believe that it's only fair, given the significance of this conversation, given that we've had many conversations surrounding the legacy of the small business, of the SBO program, that we have this conversation in the open. And I think given the challenges that we've had surrounding transparency with respect to what happens at the airport and throughout the City of Atlanta government, we need to definitely go into committee as a whole, and then at the appropriate time, I'd like to make that motion.
Thank you. I'm going to allow Law to interject here for 1 moment.
Appreciate that to the extent that aspersions have been cast as relates to the truthfulness of the department in general, me specifically, and there's a statement indicating there was erroneous information provided. I want to, on the record, state there was no erroneous information provided. And so there was nothing to that effect, and we are happy to present whatever it is the council decides to do. We will respond on the record, whether it's executive session or open session.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I just want to say that in being down here for over 20 years and now serving my 4th term, this is the first time in my entire history down here that we have had a process where procurement has made a decision, and there have always been challenges. Not in every single instance, but many instances there have been challenges, and then it has played out. But we are not an appeals court. So that is why I've said our role is to determine, and I said in transportation, it is not about this particular vendor, it's not about this particular procurement. It's about what I have observed and what I have gone through in 4 terms on city council, which is we make a decision, and if there are challenges to the procurement issue, the process and the bid, then that plays out in the appropriate arena, and we are not it. And I would like to request that the Inspector General give us an opinion as to whether or not our role is beyond what I've said. If the Inspector General says I'm incorrect and that we should be making a decision about this procurement, then I certainly stand corrected. So my request is that we have the Inspector General say what the breadth of our responsibility is in their opinion.
Councilmember Overstreet. Item G, the motion on the table is whether to move into executive session.
Thank you. So I just asked our parliamentarian, could we put on the table now the call to question? Well, no, I am going to call to question, but just a second. I asked if we could put on the table now the committee of the whole, and he said, no, we would have to finish this first. So I'm calling the question.
Okay, Councilmember Overstreet is moving the previous question. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. This is not debatable. It takes a 2/3 vote of the body, so we're looking for 10 votes. An aye vote means we will move directly to a vote and end discussion on the motion to move into executive session. A no vote means we will continue discussing that motion. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to call the previous question.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to call the previous question carries. Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
One moment,
Oh,
please. I'm sorry, that vote is 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to call the previous question still carries. We'll move directly into a vote on the motion to move into executive session. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move into executive session.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 8 yeas, 6 nays.
8 yeas, 6 nays. The motion to move into executive session carries. We will now move into the committee room for executive session and return.
Finance just told me.
Madam Clerk? How are you, ma'am? Excited about the new title. What you doing? How are you? You're going to teach me and train me and have me up to speed. I'm talking about me reaching out. I was just saying he's a part of the existing program. I don't even take it personally. Right. Yeah. I know where his heart is.
Councilmember Boone's on the prevailing side, correct?
Councilmember.
Councilmember Boone is on the prevailing side. All right, I would like to call on Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to reconsider my vote.
There's a motion to reconsider. There's a second by Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Boone can make a motion to reconsider because she was on the prevailing side of the motion on the vote to move into executive session. So Councilmember Boone is making the motion to reconsider. It is in order. It is seconded by Councilmember Bond. It is a debatable motion. So is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Councilmember Lewis and then Waits. Councilmember Lewis.
I wanted to make sure this is on record that top four thing that's been talked about since I've been elected to council is this. When we sit into one council meeting at one session, they've had more people come and talk about this issue. Top one was the public safety training facility. Number two would be rent control. This has been the third most thing that folks have came in here, 3 to 4 most thing that someone have come in here and said to this body in 2 years. And so that's why I think it's so important. And it's about a District 12 company. And so to keep these small businesses alive in our city, we got to make sure that we hear them out. They're spending money to protest this.
Mr. Lewis, we're just on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
Councilmember Waits, on the motion to reconsider.
I second his sentiment.
Any other discussion on the motion to reconsider? All right, we'll move to a vote. An aye vote says that you want to reconsider the previous adoption of moving into committee of the whole. A nay vote says you do not want to reconsider that vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to reconsider.
The vote is open.
I'm in executive session. Apologies.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to reconsider passes. We'll now move back to the motion to move into executive session. We're back to discussion of the motion to move into executive session. Unless I would entertain it. Is there any discussion on the motion, or are we ready to move straight to a vote? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to move into executive session. Again, an aye vote, you want to move into executive session. A nay vote, you want to stay in general session.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 8 yeas, 7 nays.
8 yeas, 7 nays. The motion to move into executive session carries. We'll now move in. We're now in executive session. And just for the record, I just want to let the public know that we actually did not have any discussion in executive session prior. We got into the room and realized that there was a motion to reconsider, which was in order. So we're now moving into executive session.
Mr. Lewis, show us a picture. just did. You just needed to know the times?
Well, she's like heard that they're saying that they're closing at 7, but it says the website says 8, not like municipal elections are 8.
The Fulton County site says 7 to 7.
Okay,
And
so what's correct?
7 to 7.
Okay, she's saying that our website is saying it's 8. I don't know anything about it. You know, I was just in an executive session. But as she was freaking out because it's tomorrow, can you confirm like with it, whatever it's supposed to be and make sure, and then
She's saying that the city's website says 7 to 8?
says it's 8.
Oh, okay. The City of Atlanta, our election website. What time are the polls closing? And then 7 to 7? Yeah.
Aren't some of our elections 8?
That's a general election.
This is a general
This is kind of
election.
a special.
This is a general election. It's not a special.
The county is closed.
It's not a special.
I think that's what they have it listed as, as a matter of fact.
But it isn't. I can tell you that.
We don't check it.
It's not a special election. This is the municipal generals.
Right. But it's not just for Atlanta either. No. And I think that's why they have it labeled.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else is on there, but for,
New list, thank you.
I gotta make some more copies. Yeah, we can shut up.
Oh, she's going to come back, or she'll be here at some point.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I really don't.
Huh?
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what's being motion to adopt is
Right, we got to, after you come out. Yeah.
Thank you, Wasana.
Thank you.
Evan, can you check the website?
All right, Councilmember Faroki.
I'll motion to exit executive session.
There's a motion to exit executive session by Councilmember Faroki. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving out of executive session? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move out of executive session.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move out of executive session passes. We're now back into regular session, and the motion that is on the floor is the motion to adopt 23-R-4352 coming out of committee. It does not need a second.
Mr. President,
Is there any
I'd
discussion?
like to offer a substitute motion.
Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we send this back to Transportation Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to refer back to the Transportation Committee, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer 23-R-4352 to Transportation Committee.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 4 nays.
11 yeas, 4 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That concludes the committee's report.
Thank you. Next up will be the FEC Committee, Chair Juan.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are on page 40 of our hymnal. But before we do that, I've been asked by Finance Department to send another paper that was on consent to the Mayor's office post haste for signature. It's on page 15, item number 32. It's 23R 4363. This is an Oracle Cloud Mythics paper. I'll make that motion to send that for post haste.
There's a motion to move 23-R-4363 post haste made by Councilmember Juan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent? 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
All right, thank you. So back to page 40, item number 1, 23-01542, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Alex Wan, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Keisha Sean Waits, Michael Julian Bond, and Antonio Lewis, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by transferring appropriations from the citywide reserve in an amount not to exceed $10,525,000.00 to the Capital Asset Fund for Atlanta Fire Rescue Field Operations Administration vehicles, $5,000 plus, to purchase 14 new fire apparatus to include 7 new engines pumpers, 2 new tractor-drawn aerial fire truck apparatus, and 5 new battalion division chief vehicles, and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable on substitute on condition. The condition has been met, which was to have an additional conversation with the administration and the Chair of Public Safety and Chair of Finance Executive to discuss potential the equipment list as well as the funding mechanism. With that, that conversation has resulted in a resolution that will be before us for immediate consideration at the end, towards the end of this meeting. I know that Chair Hills wants to speak to this, but I'm going to make a substitute motion on this paper to file in anticipation of the compromise resolution that will be before us.
There's a motion to file 23-0-1542 by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Councilmember Hillis.
Yeah, I just wanted to, as Councilmember Juan stated, the original ordinance that is before us contemplated using city reserves, and I appreciate the support of all 14 of my colleagues on that. But as was mentioned, we have worked with Mayor Dickens and his executive administration to come up with an alternative funding plan that uses capital finance leasing for not $10.5 million in purchases that was contemplated under this when it was amended in FEC, but $18.2 million in purchases because it includes some much needed self-contained breathing apparatus for our firefighters and heart monitors and AEDs. And both those SCBAs and those heart monitors are well past their lifespan as well, as many of our fire apparatus. So I've made the second, and as was mentioned, I will be introducing a resolution for that capital financing when that time comes. And I once again appreciate all of you all for signing on to that and having your support and the support of Mayor Dickens and his administration. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Next item is 23R4359, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to add additional funds to the Retention Incentive Payment Program for 83 Department of Aviation employees, grade 19 and below, comprising 22 Emergency Management 911 call center employees and 61 ATL enforcement employees for the fiscal year 2024 Aviation Revenue Fund budget by transferring $500.00 for each employee in an amount not to exceed $41,500 to accounts referred to herein and accounts identified by the Chief Financial Officer and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file 23-R-4359. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
All right, the next item is 23R4362, an amended resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the auction of surplus commodities and equipment, including ex-fleet vehicles, ex-police vehicles, light and heavy-duty trucks, and miscellaneous items utilizing contract number with J.J. Kane Exchange, LLC, and J.J. Kane Associates, Inc., doing business as J.J. Kane Auctioneers, on behalf of the Department of Public Works, Office of Fleet Services, with all revenue generated under the contract to be deposited in the fund account listed herein and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable as amended on condition. The condition has been met, which is resulting in another amendment to the paper on the floor today that attaches a equipment list. Make the motion to amend.
There's a motion to amend 23-R-4362 by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend this item.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
All right, now I make the motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion by Councilmember Wan to adopt 23-R-4362 as amended, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open vote on the motion to adopt as amended.
One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Bond's a yea.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
You're doing good today. You're doing good today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting with item number 1, 23-D-5106, a communication from council members Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Michael Julian Bond, appointing Mr. Steve Tellis to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. CDHS recommended this communication be filed due to the withdrawal of the appointee. And COC agreed, so the motion is to file.
The motion coming out of committee to file 23-C-5106 doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to file this item? Since it's a communication, we do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to file.
I want to be the second.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to take items number 2 through 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
23-C-5107, a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Bobby Spiller to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 3, 23-C-5108, a communication from Ann Phillips, President of the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Mr. Richard Taylor to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Item number 4, 23-C-5109, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. James Schroeder to serve as a member of the Westside Affordable Housing Trust Fund Commission representing the for-profit development community. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 5, 23-C-5111, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Russell Walford Jr. to serve as a member of the Civil Service Board on behalf of the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. These appointments were found favorable in each of their respective committees and voted through by COC this morning, so the motion is to confirm.
There's a motion to adopt these 4 items, all coming out of committee, or to adopt and confirm. There doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion on these 4 items? These are communications. We do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to unanimous consent on these 4 items? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on the motion to adopt these 4 items. Unanimous consent.
14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to ordinances for second reading. Item number 6, 23-0-1573, an ordinance by Committee on Council amending Ordinance 23-0-1438 by correcting precinct/polling place 3M and for other purposes. This item was found favorably recommended by COC this morning. The motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 23-0-1573. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Aye.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Next will be Zoning Committee, Chair Overstreet.
Sorry, Mr. President, I have a question before we move on to the next committee.
Sure, Councilmember, Chair for Baxari.
I know we Iranians look very
No,
similar.
sorry.
So I was curious if Clerk Walden could also, just since last day or tomorrow is election day, if we could get clarity just for the public to make an announcement on, again, what those polling times will be, like what the open hours will be for voting. If the clerk would not mind making that announcement. We still have some confusion around operating hours. So
Sure.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do you want to make that announcement now, or do you want to wait till general remarks?
General remarks is fine, sir.
Fine. We will come back to that in general remarks. Chair Overstreet, Zoning Committee.
Okay, President Shipman, we are on the zoning report. Please turn in your agendas to page 49 so we can get started. We have a total of about 9. So I'd like to take items number 1 through 3 as a block. We'll start with ordinances for second read.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 1, 23-0-1560. Case number MRPA-23-13, location 2323 Paul Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a residential addition. Number 2, 23-0-1504, case number Z-23-48, location 740 Ralph McGill Boulevard Northeast and 801 Rankin Street Northeast. The ordinance is to rezone from I-2BL Heavy Industrial Beltline Overlay to MRC-3CBL Mixed Residential Commercial Conditional Beltline Overlay to MRC-3BL Mixed Residential Commercial Beltline Overlay. Number 3, 23-0-1506, case number Z-23-53. The location is 0 Peachtree Street Northeast. The ordinance is to give the Fulton County World War I Memorial the zoning designation of landmark building site. Items 1 through 3 are favorable, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee for these 3 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these 3 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
The vote is open.
Adopt. Thank you.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays. I'm sorry, 14 yeas from Ms. Waits, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 3 items carries.
Thank you. I'd like to take items number 4 through 6 as a block too, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. 23-0-1507, case number U-23-16, location 1970 Velma Street Southeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a place of worship. And number 5, 23-0-1508, case number U-23-17. Locations 1901, 1911, 1923, and 0 Turner Road. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a place of worship. And number 6, 23-0-1512, case number U-23-22. Location is 704 Charlotte Place Northwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a private school. Items 4 through 6 are favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt as amended these 3 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Thank you. I'd like to take items 7 and 8 together, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Item 7, 23-0-1218, case number Z-23-17, location 1692 Springer Street Northwest and 0 DeFore Avenue. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 UPWO Single Family Residential Upper West Side Overlay and I1 UPWO Light Industrial Upper West Side Overlay to C1 UPWO Community Business District Upper West Side Overlay. And number 8, 23-0-1424, case number Z-23-40, location 1000 Farrington Place Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R5C2 Family Residential Conditional to R5C2 Family Residential Conditional for a change of conditions. The committee recommends to file items number 7 and 8, so the motion is to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to file these 2 items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file these items? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Thank you. Moving on to first reads, I only have one. Item number 9, 23-0-1589, case number MRPA-23-08, location 2167 Main Street Northwest. The ordinance is to grant a certificate under the provisions of the Metropolitan River Protection Act to allow the construction of a two-story single-family detached dwelling. I move to refer item number 9 to the zoning committee.
There's a motion to refer 23-0-1589 to the zoning committee. Is there, by Councilmember Overstreet, is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
And that concludes the zoning committee.
Thank you. Finally today, the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, Chair Hillis.
Have no report this cycle. Thank you.
No report. Thank you. We will now move to personal papers for immediate consideration. I believe we have 2 for immediate consideration. First up today, Councilmember Hillis.
Films ID 34028, a resolution by Council members Dustin Hillis, Alex Wan, Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Andre L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Byron D. Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Keisha Sean Waits, Michael Julian Bond, and Antonio Lewis, authorizing the mayor, his designee, and the chief financial officer to execute, deliver, and perform a lease schedule and payment schedule, amending the master lease agreement dated February 28, 2022, with the financial institution J.P. Morgan Chase Bank National Association to provide for the city's acquisition of replacement equipment and fire trucks on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, provided that the principal component shall be in an amount not to exceed $19 million and 0 cents, and for other purposes. Whereas pursuant to Resolution Number 21R3662, the Atlanta City Council acknowledged the need for Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to acquire additional fire trucks based upon a detailed analysis by the Office of Fleet Services of the AFRD's fleet. And whereas the city, on behalf of AFRD, desires to acquire certain replacement equipment and fire trucks for use by AFRD, as generally described on Exhibit A attached here too. And whereas the city previously entered into that master lease agreement dated February 28, 2022, including the master lease purchase addendum. And whereas the city desires to authorize the mayor and chief financial officer to execute and deliver a new lease schedule and associated payment schedule in order to supplement and amend the master lease to add 2023 AFRD equipment, provided that the principal component associated with the 2023 AFRD equipment shall be in an amount not to exceed $19 million and 0 cents. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the acquisition of the 2023 AFRD equipment as listed generally in accordance with the attached Exhibit A is hereby authorized. To be further resolved that the mayor, chief financial officer, and other appropriate officials of the city are authorized to execute any and all documents necessary to amend the master lease so as to include the 2023 AFRD equipment, including one or more scheduled addenda, including a lease payment and payment schedule for the equipment and vehicles listed generally in the accordance with Exhibit A, provided that the principal component associated with the 2023 AFRD equipment should be an amount not to exceed $19 million and 0 cents, to be
Be it further resolved that the mayor, chief financial officer, and other appropriate officials of the city are hereby authorized to certify any documents and execute any receipts or closing papers, including tax certifications and filings necessary to effect the purposes of this resolution. All acts and doing of such officers of the City of Atlanta which are in conformity with the purposes and intents of this resolution and in furtherance of this execution, delivery, and performance of the lease schedule and payment schedule for the 2023 AFRD equipment shall be, and the same are, in all respects approved and confirmed. Be it further resolved that lease payments will be made from the fund and account numbers as determined by the Chief Financial Officer. Be it finally resolved, the subject to the provisions of the law, including Section 36-60-13 of the Official Code of Georgia and the terms of the master lease, that the city will appropriate and budget necessary funds to make all rent payments in respect to the 2023 AFRD equipment in the fiscal year in which the rent is due, FY 2025, in respect of the related lease schedule, and currently intends to make rent payment for the full term of the lease schedule and payment schedule authorized hereby. And again, this is the option that myself, Finance Committee, including Chairman Juan, worked with the administration on. Appreciate CFO Bala over there. We call him Money Man. He wanted to make sure that I said that. So appreciate your work, CFO Bala. And thanks to Chief Smith, Commissioner Wiggins, Deputy Chief of Staff Pace, and many others who worked on this. And just so you know what all this contains, in the budget cycle, we heard the need for brand new self-contained breathing apparatus. Those are past their lifespan. This appropriates about $6.5 million to replace all of those across the AFRD. Their heart monitors and defibrillators. Of course, our firefighters are much more than people that fight fires. They also respond to medical calls across the city. So this will replenish their heart monitors and AEDs. It will replace 2 outdated rescue boats, 6 frontline fire engines, 1 frontline ladder truck, and then 2 fire reserve engines and 1 fire utility truck to place in the reserves, again for a total of up to $19 million. So I will move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Hillis, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari, to adopt. Just for clarity, I have ELMS 34074, but that's not the ELMS that he had. Which ELMS does he have?
34028.
34028. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 34028.
Please clarify that is ELMS ID 34027. 28.
Please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 34028.
One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
I got a lot.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
I make a motion to move to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion to move this item post haste to the mayor's office by Councilmember Hillis. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Juan. We can do this via unanimous. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving this item post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on moving this item post haste.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Thank you. That completes mine.
Thank you. We've got one more item for immediate consideration. Councilmember Amos.
AMS number ID 34027, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee and the chief financial officer to execute, deliver, and perform a lease schedule and payment schedule, amending the master lease agreement dated February 28, 2022, with the financial institution J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., to provide for the city's acquisition of replacement equipment and vehicles on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department, provided that the principal component shall be in an amount not to exceed $21 million and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta has identified a critical need to acquire additional vehicles and equipment on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department to increase its presence in the community and improve response time in order to protect the safety and health of the officers, citizens, and visitors of the City of Atlanta. And whereas the city, on behalf of APD, desires to require certain replacement equipment and vehicles for use of APD as generally described in Exhibit A, attached hereto, the 2023 APD equipment, and whereas the city previously entered into certain master lease agreement dated February 28, 2022, including the master lease purchase addendum for local government leases excluding school districts in Georgia dated February 28, 2022, together the master lease, and whereas the city desires to authorize the mayor and chief financial officer to execute and deliver a new lease schedule and associated payment schedule in order to supplement and amend the master lease to add 2023 APD equipment, provided to the principal component associated with 2023 APD equipment shall be in the amount not to exceed $21 million and 0 cents. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that the acquisition of the 2023 APD equipment is listed generally in accordance with the attached Exhibit A is hereby authorized. Be it further resolved that the mayor, chief financial officer, and other appropriate official in the city is authorized to execute and all documents necessary to amend the master lease so as to include the 2023 APD equipment, including one or more schedule addenda, including a lease schedule and a payment schedule for the equipment and vehicles listed generally in accordance with Exhibit A, provided that the principal component associated with the 2023 APD equipment shall be in the amount not to exceed $21 million and 0 cents. Be it further resolved that the mayor, the chief financial officer, or other appropriate official of the city is hereby authorized to certify any documents and execute any receipts or closing papers, including tax certifications and filings, necessary to effect the purpose of this resolution. all acts and doing of such officers of the city which are in conformity with the purpose and intent of this resolution, and in furtherance of the execution, delivery, and performance of the lease schedule and payment schedule for the 2023 APD equipment shall be, and the same are, in all respects approved and confirmed. Be it further resolved that the lease payment will be made from the fund and amount number as determined by the Chief Financial Officer. Be it further resolved that the subject to the provisions of the law, including Section 36-60-13 of the Official Code of Georgia and the terms of the master lease, that the city will appropriate and budget necessary funds to make all rent payments in respect to the 2023 APD equipment in the first fiscal year in which rent is due, FY 2025, in respect of the related lease schedule, and recently intended to make rent payment for full term of the lease schedule and payment schedule here authorized hereby. Motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve Elms ID 34027 by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to approve Elms 34027.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, I make a motion to move this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos to move 34027 to the mayor's office post haste. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. I believe we have one more immediate consideration. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a resolution, Elms number 34077, a resolution by Council members Michael Julian Bond, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Liliani Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Overstreet, Antonio Lewis, Matt Westmoreland, and Keisha Waits. A resolution designating the city of Atlanta as an Operation Green Light City for U.S. veterans and for other purposes. And whereas the residents of the city of Atlanta have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. Whereas the contribution and sacrifices of those who've served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and the way of life enjoyed by our citizens. Whereas the city of Atlanta seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. Whereas the veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, veterans of foreign wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veteran services officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. Whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and whereas it is estimated 20% increase in service members will transition to civilian life in the near future. Whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during their transition from military to civilian life, and whereas the active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk for suicide during their first year after military service, whereas thousands of municipalities, counties, parishes, boroughs have chosen to recognize Operation Greenlight for veterans, whereas the City of Atlanta appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Greenlight Veterans City, the City of Atlanta hereby declares from November the 6th through Veterans Day, November 11th, 2023, as it's time to salute and honor the service and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform with our key public centers illuminated in green. Be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Greenlight, the City of Atlanta also encourages citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all of those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in windows of their place of business or residence from November 6th through November 11, 2023. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions and parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are waived to the extent of the contract. I'd move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to adopt 34077, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 34077.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Motion to move to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to move the item post haste to the mayor's office, seconded by Councilmember Dozier off stage. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this with unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe there are any other items for immediate consideration. Is that correct? Okay. So, Councilman Norwood.
ELMS 34067, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on 25th Street between Alden Avenue and Peachtree Street to determine the need for any safety improvements such as traffic calming devices, reduced speeds, or stop signs, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34067 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 34068, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the Commissioner of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on Channing Drive Northwest between Howell Mill Road Northwest and Northside Drive Northwest to determine the need for any safety improvements such as traffic calming devices, reduced speeds, or stop signs, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34068 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 34069, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on Mount Perrin Road between I-75 and Paces Ferry Road to determine the need for any safety improvements such as traffic calming, reduced speeds, or stop signs, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 34069 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
ELMS 34070, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation to conduct a traffic study on Ridgewood Road from Paces Ferry Road to the District 8 border to determine the need for any safety improvements such as traffic calming devices, reduced speeds, or stop signs, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34070 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 34042, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing a contribution in an amount not to exceed $20,000.00 from the District 8 discretionary fund account to the Loring Heights Neighborhood Association and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34042 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 34053, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $250,000 to Livable Buckhead pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support Livable Buckhead's creation of a workforce housing pilot program in Buckhead, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34053 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shuck.
Elms 34062, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to enter into an IGA with the City of Sandy Springs for the construction of the Path 400 multi-use trail extension along State Route 400 from Lorden's Drive within the city limits of Atlanta through the city limits of Sandy Springs to the south of Johnson Ferry Road on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation in an amount not to exceed $400,000.
Elms ID 34062 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Elms 33908, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to execute a project management agreement with the Path Foundation, a Georgia nonprofit corporation, for the Path 400 trail from Lorden's Drive to the city of Sandy Springs in an amount not to exceed $5,468,543, all contracted work being charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 33908 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 33922 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to enter into an IGA between Atlanta and the Housing Authority of the City of Atlanta, the Georgia State Historic Preservation Officer, and Evergreen Development, LLC, for the purposes of preserving elements of and constructing an addition to the annex of the property known as the First Methodist Church of Atlanta and Atlanta First United Methodist Church, a property that is eligible for inclusion on the National Register of Historic Places, located at 360 Peachtree Street.
Elms ID 33922 will be referred to CDHS Committee.
Thank you. Elms 34029er, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to execute amendment number 1 to the Path 400 Trail Project Management Agreement with Path Foundation, a Georgia nonprofit, for several segments of the Path 400 Trail between Peachtree Road and Garson Drive to include the Peachtree Park, Adena Phase 1, and Gordon Bynum to Miami Circle phases of the Path 400 Trail to extend the term of the agreement for a period not to exceed 730 consecutive calendar days to begin on January 21st of next year, giving a new expiration date of December 31 of 2026 to update Exhibit B and add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $1,081,784, all contracted work being charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 34029 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 34030, resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor or his designee to authorize amendment number 1 to the IGA with the City of Sandy Springs for the design of the Path 400 multi-use trail extension between Lorden's Drive and the City of Sandy Springs city limit to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $17,457.28.
Elms ID 34030 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And lastly, Elms 34031, a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute Amendment 1 to the Path 400 Trail Project Management Agreement with Path Foundation, Inc., a Georgia nonprofit, for the Path 400 Trail from Wyuka Road to Lorden's Drive to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $2,450,000 $47,686. All contracted work being charged to and paid from, etc.
Items ID 34031 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That is all.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. I have one item today, ELMS ID 34023, a resolution by Councilmember Jason H. Winston to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to the Emergency Procurement Agreement listed, the emergency procurement for hauling and disposal services with Lewis Contracting Services, LLC, on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management to add funding to the agreement in an amount not to exceed $3 million and 0 cents. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund department organization and accounts numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 34023 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start with the ELMS ID number 34041. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits to urge the Georgia General Assembly to enhance super speeding laws in the City of Atlanta and for other purposes, and we're titling this Erica's Law.
Items ID 34041 will be jointly referred to the PSLA and FEC committees.
Okay, ELMS ID 34080. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Waits authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $2,500 to Duke's Developing Urban Kids with Etiquette and Self-Esteem Foundation Corporation from the Post-3 Carry Forward account to support their sponsored programs, including teen summits, college tours, and the CEO Institute, and for other purposes.
Items ID 34080 will be referred to the FEC committee.
Thank you. ELMS ID 33309. This is an ordinance by Keisha Waits to amend the Code of Ordinance for the City of Atlanta, Chapter 10, Article 2, Division 5, Section 10-209C and D, entitled Hours of Operations, in order to extend the hours that establishments licensed to sell distilled spirits, wine, and malt beverages for consumption on the premises may sell distributed spirits, wine, and/or malt beverages to waive conflicting ordinances and for other purposes. I'm sorry, I struggled with that one.
ELMS ID 33309 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir. This is ELMS ID number 34082. This is an ordinance by Keisha Waits authorizing a donation of a total of $10,000 from the Carry Forward Post 3 at large Carry Forward account to the Atlanta Police Foundation for the purpose of supplementing the reward for information which results in the arrest and conviction of the person or persons responsible for the September 19th hit and run of 33-year-old Brittany Glover. And other council members have signed on, Councilmember Dozier, Councilmember Lewis, Westmoreland, and others in the amount of $1,000, and I will be contributing $5,000. Thank you.
ELMS ID 34082 will be referred jointly to the PSLA and FEC committees. Public Safety and FEC. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis. Oh, you don't have one. That was your only one. Sorry. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID number 34065, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute cooperative purchasing agreement CPPS DHR 2208-1240084 with Purchasing Power LLC, utilizing the Georgia Department of Administrative Services contract number 40300-240 DAS 000107 0001 on behalf of the Department of Human Services Resources for a term not to exceed 12 months with no renewal options in an amount not to exceed $0.00 to provide a voluntary employee purchase program to eligible employees for the purchase of consumer goods and services via payroll deductions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34065 will be referred to the FEC committee.
Elms ID number 34022, an ordinance authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs to accept Shelter and Services Program, SSP funding from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, in an amount not to exceed $1,222,232.00 to execute any necessary grant agreements to amend the fiscal year 2023 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations an amount not to exceed $1,222,232.00. All funds to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34022 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. Someone left their glasses up here. I don't know who did, but if you're missing your glasses, yeah. Elms ID 33946, an ordinance by Councilmember Mayor Faroki to amend Chapter 74, Article 9 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide for a minimum fine of $500 for a person or entity guilty of the offense of the unlawful disposal of litter where any pieces or components of the litter so disposed shall be located on an area of 100 square feet or more of private property or property open to the public in the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33946 will be referred to the PSLA committee.
Elms ID 33998, an ordinance by Councilmember Mayor Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to accept grant funds from the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, and amend the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations an amount not to exceed $25 million and no cents for the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity discretionary grant, and to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements with the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration for grant acceptance and participation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33998 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 34055, a resolution by Councilmember Mayor Faroki authorizing the contribution of a total amount not to exceed $100,000.00 to the Candler Park Conservancy to support the construction of a new playground in Candler Park, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payment from the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34055 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 34075, a resolution by Councilmember Mayor Faroki to extend the existence of the Reproductive Justice Commission for a period of 36 months, effective from January 1, 2024 through December 31st, 2026, to change the composition from 7 members to 8 members and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34075 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Councilmember Bond, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend Chapter 10, Section 10-93 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to add a new subsection C to provide for the exemption from distance requirements for package stores licensed to sell malt beverages, wine, and/or distilled spirits by package listed in Section 10-88B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store located at 536 Decatur Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, 30312, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34081 will be referred to the PSLA Committee.
I have Elms ID number 34066, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, and I believe signed by all members present, requiring that all video surveillance cameras produced for use in the City of Atlanta's parks and for use at any city facility are compatible with the specifications of the Atlanta Police Department's Operation Shield Video Integration Center, VIC, Video Surveillance Program, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34066 will be referred to the FEC Committee.
ELMS ID number 34079, signed by several council members, I believe everybody. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael J. Bond et al. Authorizing a donation in the amount not to exceed $500.00 to the Black Butterfly Sister Circle Foundation Incorporated from the Post-One at Large Carry Forward account to support their fashion show, which supports victims of domestic violence and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34079 will be referred to the FEC Committee.
And finally, ELMS ID 34078, signed by several members of council et al. Expressing support for the Our Money United campaign to support black businesses and to endorse the Black Wall Street spending ticker as a tool to stimulate economic activity within the Atlanta metropolitan communities and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34078 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
ELMS number ID 33993, the ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance authorizing the transfer of certain surplus tracts of property owned by the City of Atlanta from the purview of the Department of Watershed Management to the purview of the Department of Parks and Recreation at Rodney Cook Senior Park in the historic Vine City for the purpose of operating and maintaining portions of the property as publicly accessible green space and portions of the property as public park, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2024 Water and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund Budget 5052 to anticipate the payment of funds in the amount of $163,111.00 from the DPR Ground and Site Trust Fund and a payment in the amount of $210,291.00 from the Parks Impact West Fund to the Water and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33993 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS ID 33997, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to authorize the use of certain property owned by the City of Atlanta by and through the Department of Watershed Management as part of the city's water and sewer system for the purpose of maintaining the property as green space area and allowing limited public access for passive recreational use, to authorize a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Watershed Management and the Department of Park and Recreations for the operation, maintenance, and improvement of the green space area permitted for such use, to expressly reserve the rights of ownership, operation, maintenance, repair, and improvement of the green space area for water and sewage purposes, subject to the conditions described herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33997 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS ID 34063, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to amend Part 3, Land Development Code, Part 16, Zoning Chapter 18S, SPI 19, Vine City Special Public Interest District, to provide affordable housing density bonuses and to amend the allowable height for sub-area 3 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34063 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees.
ELMS ID 34064, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by rezoning from SPI 19, Sub-Area 11, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub-Area 11, SPI 19 SA5, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub Area 5, and SPI 19 SA6, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub Area 6, to SPI 19 SA3, Vine City Special Public Interest District Sub Area 3, to implement development goals of the West Side Land Use Framework Plan and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34064 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB committees.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Waits, I believe you have one more.
This is Elms ID number 34083. This is the Maynard Jackson Legacy Act. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Waits to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article X, Procurement and Real Estate Code, Division 4. Source selection and contract formation, section 2-1188.1, for local preference to expand the applicability of the local preference program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34083 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, Elms ID number 34025, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024 general fund budget by anticipating and appropriating $6,500,000.00 for receipt of insurance reimbursement funds related to the December 2022 water damage occurrence to be allocated to various departmental operating budgets and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34025 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay. Elms ID number 34073, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to ratify Mayor Andre Dickens' October 2023 executive order imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any new rezoning applications, building permits applications, land disturbance permit applications, special use permit applications, special administrative permit applications, subdivision applications, replatting applications, or lot consolidation applications for parcels within the area designated herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34073 will be referred to the Zoning Committee.
And this one, I really should have asked for my council members to sign on with me. So I will be contacting y'all next week to talk about this paper. It's an Elms ID number 34084, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution urging the Georgia General Assembly and the United States Congress to support opportunities that allow inclusion to minority female business entrepreneurs in order to continue serving Atlanta's national model of minority participation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34084 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms ID number 33906, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Labor and Employment Services, Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Dislocated Worker Program grant in the amount not to exceed $449,000 from the Technical College System of Georgia Office of Workforce Development, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY24 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations in the amount not to exceed $431,449.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33906 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Next item is Elms ID number 33925, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier ratifying the services provided by and the payment of outstanding invoices from Cone Resnick LLP, retroactively effective November 1st, 2023, through the execution of the renewal agreement authorized herein, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to exercise the option to renew the agreement with Cone Resnick LLP for 1 year, retroactive from November 1st, 2023 through October 31st, 2024, for the purposes of on-call environmental review services and federal grant management and project management support. All contracted services to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33925 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
The next item is Elms ID number 34051, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute a ground lease agreement with Partners for Home for the property known as 184 Forsyth Street, Southwest Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia. Tax parcel IDs numbers, lots of numbers, and for a lease term not to exceed 5 years to be used to develop quick delivery housing on public land as part of the city's of Atlanta's rapid housing initiative, waiving the competitive procurement provisions contained in Article 10, Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City Code of Ordinances, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34051 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
The last item is Elms number 34071, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make an all-way stop control intersection at Lucille Avenue Southwest and Altoona Place Southwest to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install a stop sign at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34071 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
These all get voted through in my neighborhoods. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me see if I can get these in order. First, Elms ID number 34072, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Sisson Avenue Northeast, Delano Drive Northeast, and Hillcrest Avenue Northeast an always stop controlled intersection to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34072 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 34027, a resolution. Well, that is not for me. Councilmember Amos?
No, that's not yours.
This one's yours.
We already adopted that.
We've been here too long. Elms ID number 33639, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend the land use element of the 2016 City of Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to designate property at 1230 Beachview Drive Southeast and 1234 Beachview Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30316 to the single-family residential land use designation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33639 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID number 33636, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to provide for the annexation of property located at 1230 Beachview Drive Southeast and 1234 Beachview Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30316 into the corporate limits of the City of Atlanta, Georgia pursuant to the 100% method to extend the boundaries of the Atlanta Independent School System to notify the Department of Community Affairs of the State of Georgia of such annexation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33636 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 33638. An ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to zone property located at 1230 Beachview Drive Southeast and 1234 Beachview Drive Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia 30316 to the R4 Single Family Residential Zoning District and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33638 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees.
Elms ID number 34076, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to establish two new standing committees of the Atlanta City Council called the Community Development Committee and the Human Services Committee by dividing the Committee on Community Development and Human Services and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34076 will be referred to the COC Committee.
Elms ID number 34052, a resolution by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $350,000.00 to In-Town Collaborative Ministries, Inc., also known as In-Town Cares, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support place-based street outreach and rehousing through the In-Town Cares Homeless Services Program, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34052 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms 34086, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, Georgia laws, page 4469 at SEEK, under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36351 at SEEK, as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Article 6, Revenue and Fund Administration, Chapter 3, Fiscal Control, Section 6312, Financial Stabilization Plan, to replace the requirement for a financial stabilization plan with a requirement for a fiscal condition of the city report and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34086 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33920, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor as designee to add additional funds to the retention incentive payment program for 83 Department of Aviation employees, grade 19 and below, comprising 22 emergency management 911 call center employees and 61 ATL enforcement employees for the fiscal year 2024 aviation revenue fund budget by transferring $500 for each employee in an amount not to exceed $41,500 to accounts referred to herein and accounts identified by the Chief Financial Officer and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33920 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the transfer of $5,000.00 from the District 6 carry forward account to the District 6 distribution account and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33924 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33990, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank. All funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33990 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And last one, Elms ID 34026, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to Agreement FC 9969, Workers' Compensation Third-Party Administration Services with PMA Management Corp. on behalf of the Department of Finance to extend the term of the agreement effective from December 26, 2023 on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 12 months and to add funds in an amount not to exceed $612,900.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 34026 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any other papers for referral? Hearing none, we'll go to general remarks from the body. Councilmember Boone.
Mr. President, I would like to wish the Honorable Keisha Shawn Waits and the Honorable Howard Shook a very happy birthday.
Hey. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you. Just wanted to remind everyone again that tomorrow is Election Day. We have the school board elections within the city of Atlanta. Please, 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 if you have not voted yet, please show up and vote. Also, this Thursday, we will be doing cocktails with a council member this Thursday evening at Argosy in East Atlanta. So if you have anything you'd like to come talk about, we'll be providing all sorts of appetizers. You can come have drinks. You can come and sit and talk to me about whatever issues that you have that are on your mind that you would like to discuss regarding District 5. So hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Of course, work anniversaries. We have Miss Jasmine Tail, 9 years, and of course, Miss Bridget Brown celebrating 10 years with us. And then also, just want to remind everyone, National League of Cities will be in our city November 16th through 18th. You're all members. Please make sure you register and participate. Also, we will be celebrating, before we get back together again, Veterans Day. So to all our veterans and my seatmate here, happy Veterans Day. And then, of course, the Beltline will be hosting the West Side Study Group on the Chapel Road development on Monday the 13th at 6:30 via Zoom.
Thank you. Let me just add to Councilmember Amos, Veterans Day is celebrated in City Hall on Friday. City Hall will be closed on Friday to the public to celebrate the holiday. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of announcements regarding events in District 1. My office is coordinating with ATL DOT to host a public information session on the South Boulevard Complete Street Project. It's going to be next Thursday, November the 16th at 6 p.m. at the Georgia Hill Neighborhood Center. It's at 250 Georgia Avenue. And then next Saturday, November the 18th, we'll be having a diaper distribution drive. I'm partnering again. This is an annual event now. This will be the second one with Helping Mamas. It will be at the Carver YMCA, and it'll be next Saturday, November the 18th at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. Just recognizing that Thanksgiving Day is around the corner. Our office is doing 2 events, and that both of them are next week in partnership with 2 West End institutions. Monday, November 13th, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m., we'll be partnering with the Willie A. Watkins Funeral Home for a turkey giveaway. That is at 1003 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia. And then on Saturday, the 18th, we'll be partnering with the West End Seventh-day Adventist Church for another giveaway, and that'll be from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. That's at 845 Lawton Street Southwest.
Any other remarks? Councilmember Bond.
I apologize, I didn't mention this at the beginning of the meeting. I wanted to acknowledge the passing of Dr. Billie June Hooker. And if we can just take a quick moment of silence on her behalf before we adjourn.
Anything else, Mr. Bond?
Yeah, thank you for that. She'll be funeralized on the 8th this week. So just wanted to say she was a great lady, and we'll miss her dearly.
Thank you. Any other general remarks? Any other general remarks from the body? Madam Clerk, could you please let everybody know where they can find the voting hours for the upcoming election tomorrow?
Right now, we're working with both Fulton and handicap offices of registration and election to confirm the correct time. However, any information that you would need will be updated on our website. And the phone number is 404-658.
I don't think she's Mike.
Would you, could we get the mic turned back on for just a moment?
They went home. Yeah, he just we just told Clerk Jody to sign Mike. Madam Clerk. Yeah, he just looked.
No, now it's back. At least mine's back. Is yours back?
Yes.
There we go. Great. Thank you. Hearing no other remarks, we'll have the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Councilmember Michael Bond.
Here.
Matt Westmoreland. Keisha Shawn Waits. Jason Winston.
Here.
Amir Faroki. Byron Amos. Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Dustin Hillis. Andrea Boone. Marcy Collier Overstreet. Antonio Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.